guys had actually just handed the Stone of Galore to Axel, the mysterious drow.
We did find out
Um,
who he really was, right? Or did you just tell us that as players?
No, Astrid figured it out, and then I.
Okay. I didn't remember if we figured it out or if he just told us.
what did I tell you?
The captain.
Well, it was it's the same person. Whether or not it's that's his true identity is
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
So you did recognize that Axel was also that guy. Whether he was pretending to be that guy or whether he is actually that guy, you don't know. Because you remember he was also pretending to be Allure by Soren, so got a hat of disguise. Um, but you did give the Stone of Glory to him, and he, all told, gave you 10,000 gold. Um, and that was the end, because you didn't go to look for the Dragon Horde, which was the whole point of that. You guys were like, nah, whatever, and you gave it to him. So who knows what will happen since you gave him essentially the keys to lots and lots of money. But that's neither here nor there for the moment. So you guys are in Amman.
Did we ever split up the 10,000 gold?
We
I
did.
think
We did the first half.
Yeah, you did. We did. You just got it. So like there, you haven't had any any time to do anything with it. The second 5,000 yet. But just a state of the world essentially. At least for Taldore, you guys now have somewhat of an inkling of the things that are going on in Isilra as players. Your characters don't know. So we'll start with Kymel. This is also be kind of an introduction for Kaylin here to kind of have an idea of like what some of the things that are happening around Taldore. Kymel is currently rebuilding after their sort of clash between the Myriad and the Clasp. It is very, very slow going. The head of the Margrave of Kymel has actually ordered the demolition of both the Wishing Well Casino and the Dragon Hordes Casino. They were basically bloodbaths to begin with, but he also has a casino, so he took this as an opportunity to get rid of his competition there, demolish both of them. So your friend Zalia is currently working on rebuilding the Clasp. It's difficult because she, for the most part, was the only member there. There are some reinforcements that came from Stilben, but the law of Kymel essentially is keeping a lot keener eye on these events, given what happened. So it's been a little bit difficult. Zali is actually currently working as a front. She has an old barber shop that the class purchased, which they named Fine Cuts. The Myriad themselves, aside from a few sort of skirmishes here and there, very, very minor, just they were coming back to get some of the things that they had left. They, for the most part, seem to have basically abandoned Kymel. Craghammer currently has a few issues with creatures from the Underdark coming up to the surface. Currently nothing too dramatic, but just more so than they are used to. There are a few mercenary groups in the city that are selling their services to enter the Underdark, find missing people, kill the creatures that are coming up, that type of thing. There haven't been any more dragon sightings in the mountains, near Craghammer at least, like there was. Near Craghammer, this is a place you guys haven't been, but events that are occurring. Fort Daxio is currently beefing up their defenses, as in addition to the dragon threat that has appeared. There have been sightings of a number of giants south of Terra, which is not very common for giants. And there have also been a fair number of Goliath hordes passing through that general area north of Fort Daxio and south of Terra. That's not as uncommon as seeing giants, but still not exactly something they're excited to see. Singorn, as far as everybody knows, is still in the Feywild. And there has been very little to no communication from them, which is not entirely out of the ordinary because elves just are like that. There have been rumors in Western of a dragon having appeared, and it appears to be staying on Gat Shadow Mountain, or within Gat Shadow Mountain, which I would say, Astrid and Richter would probably both be aware of the fact that that is where Umbrasyl had his lair, was Gat Shadow Mountain. In addition to this supposed dragon living on the mountain, there have also been some strange lights and weird sort of shapes and shadows appearing on the mountain as well. Nobody's going up there. There have been rumors of strange things happening on the peak of Gat Shadow Mountain for hundreds of years. So nobody's I wouldn't say that they're not worried, but nobody is going up there. Nobody ever goes up there because it's just a place that's basically known to be weird and nobody wants to go. So I'll lead into a little bit more of, because I'll go into this. I'll basically go around the room here and have all of you talk about the things that you wanted to do. Because after the events that we just left, you have about a week before we're going to pick things up here. So I'll go around and ask all the things that you wanted to do and all the people that you wanted to talk to. But just before we get to that, I will start with Astrid. I know she had made mention that she was going to send a message to lots of people, one of them being Valor Visorin. Not Valor Visorin, Valor Vasar, rather. Similar names. Valora, who is currently in Wildmount, she responds to Astrid, gives her an update on the things that she's been doing. She actually did find a group of people from the Vanguard. If you remember, the Vanguard is the dragon cult that has been causing a few issues, but nothing major so far. She found them snooping around the ruins of Draconia. And from everything that she's been able to observe and the information that she's been able to gather, she doesn't believe that they're currently even close to being able to do the things that they are claiming that they're existing for. As they wanted to do two things. There's two separate, sort of factions of these cults. There's the older sort of faction of the dragon cults that their plan is and has always been to bring Tiamat to the prime material plane, basically destroy the world. There's a newer sort of faction that, in addition to, okay, cool, yeah, let's bring Tiamat back, they also are trying to resurrect Thordak. She doesn't believe that they're even close to being able to do either of these things. She believes currently that they're probably just delusional. However, she is going to keep an eye on them because stranger things have happened. She is also working with Pike Trickfoot to locate other possible vestiges of divergence, just in case more imminent threats of these dragons appear. They obviously know where the ones that are Vox Machina found, but there are others. So they're trying to find out where those might be. So that is where the information that she gives to Astrid. So that's where we'll pick up for everybody. And what does everybody want to do on this week that you have? So I know some of you wanted to talk to people, some of you wanted to do other things. You all had discussed starting to learn some of the sign language that you can speak to your nimble right nim.
Well,
Do we just go in order of whose pictures are on the thing, or are we just gonna?
It does. Whoever wants to go first.
Well, Richter will be fast. He would go to the Lyceum to ask about Shrike, just ask if anyone had any word from him in the past few weeks or months. And then depending on how much we got split up for the party, he would try to get some more ink and paper. So I don't know. I would actually probably even go try to talk to the headmaster of the Lyceum, even though there's been some negative things happening him with him and people I know. Hopefully he doesn't hold it against me.
You actually talked to Ian Nassar. He was the tiefling, the weird sort of tiefling at the Lyceum that knew about the Abyss and all those things. He actually, through some prodding and some sort of persuasion, you did get him to talk a little bit about what Shrike had been talking about before he left. And he explained that after speaking with you and your discussions about the things that you guys had seen, particularly he was interested in the twig blights and the trees and the vampire connection. He actually went to the southern part of Taldore in the Riffin Mist jungle. There is believed to be an ancient civilization, an old, now ruined city, essentially, that was dedicated to a vampire. And Trike went there to find anything he could about. He thought there may be some connection. So that's where he went to investigate.
Did he say like what part of the peninsula or the peninsula?
If you look down on the map so that you can see it, it would have been this general.
Okay. So kind of out in the middle of nowhere, not near any of the big settlements.
Right.
Okay.
And it would be obviously on the eastern part, side on the eastern side of the mountains, essentially.
Okay. And he left like on his own accord, right? It wasn't like I have to go because someone told me to.
No, it was his own investigation.
Okay. Well, I would fill everyone in on that whenever I found it out, and then other than that, I would just be. How much money are we doing split between everyone? Layla's is usually our bank.
Well, considering we got the second lot of 5,000, everyone would have got 1,000, and an extra 1,000 into the group pot.
Okay. Okay. Then yeah, I'll if I could just go to the magic shop to Gilmore's or whatever, I would just spend like another 500 gold on ink and actually 550.
Okay.
So I'm at 6. And then I would just try to use any books I can in the Lyceum to look at spells since I can get new level 4 ones. So I would just be looking for any books that I could get up to level 4 spells with. Preferably, like I would check for like if there was any sort of illusion experts or anything like that, since that's what I'm trying to focus on.
Yeah, I mean, I would say at Gilmore's you can basically get pretty much any spell that's between the Lyceum and Gilmore's. You could probably get just about any spell that you were looking for.
Like in a book, or would I have to buy a scroll from Gilmore?
You could get most of the illusion stuff from books that you could just copy in the Lyceum. If there were anything, I'll just say you can just just get whatever you want. I don't really. It doesn't matter to me.
Okay. Then that would be all that Richter would be up to. And if Astrid ever asked for help with Sylvan, he would help.
All right. Who's next?
Okay. I think that Zameen would have, obviously, I think she said she was sparring and stuff with the other people, just trying to get better, and even possibly with the guards and things like that, seeing if she could join in training with them. She would have tried a little bit with Nim, but her primary focus, knowing about the fact that dragons were coming about, possibly would want to know more about Draconic. So I think she wants to learn Draconic if she can. So she would have had to purchase books, I think, and stuff like that.
Yep. To learn a language is what, 250 days and 500 gold? I can't remember. It was 250
And 250 gold.
Yeah, you did trades where double the amount of gold since you needed or double the amount of time since you needed to buy stuff for them.
Yeah.
Okay, so 200 days and 250 gold, so I'll mark that off.
It's 250 days and 250 gold.
Oh, 250 days and 250 gold.
So basically
okay.
a gold a day. And if you want, Iranimon, they make it like so that you can do like, oh, you're getting tutoring and you have to buy books. If you want, you can just mark off 250 gold and then we'll keep track of the days. Just mark it off now rather than splitting it up and say like, oh look, I'm just gonna go and buy all the books I need right now.
Oh, then I'll do the rest of that for my tinkering too.
Yeah, do that. That's fine. Just take off all the gold and then we'll just, because it's dumb to like try and keep track of it throughout. Like just spend all the money now and then we'll just keep track of the time. It's easier that way.
Okay, so I'll mark the date.
And just
what
as an
is
FYI, the date today would be the 8th of Quersar, which is the second to last month of the year. I will mark it myself so that I can track it because I have a calendar. So you're learning Draconic.
Okay, the year. And I would have sent letters to my family in Drenna, telling them kind of what we've been through lately. And out of Iman, that probably would have cost to send, or I would have had Astrid send a message to my mother. I don't know if she could do that.
We met her.
Oh, okay.
Didn't we?
Yep,
Yep.
you did.
Okay, and then one to my father, which okay, so with sending, as long as you can describe the person well enough, can it be here? And I know this is a question on the whole Vox Machina, actually Mighty Nine with Kiri's family. But I don't know if it would be able to get there.
Yeah, it's with to a creature you are familiar with, so that I'm not sure of. Although I guess Zameen technically could just, if she wanted to, prepare that spell, sending for the day, and send her family.
Yeah, I guess I could have done that during that time and send message to my father and just let him know. And then also everything that's been going on, that also she's okay and she would like to learn a bit more about her heritage, that there's people that she's run into that also seem to be the same. And she'd like to learn more about controlling her powers.
Okay.
Also, since we are in a city with Gilmore, I would like to visit and see if there's anything that he has that increases possibly dexterity or constitution.
I don't believe that there is anything for dexterity. I don't. There are very few items that actually do boost dexterity, if any. Yeah. Constitution we can usually do. While I'm looking that up, was there anything else that you want to do?
No, it's mostly just training and trying to figure out her new 4th level spells. Trying to learn more about how she can control water, control ice, control certain things. So every now and then you'd like walk into her room and like the entire thing is just covered in ice, or you'd hear random lightning and thunder. And she's trying to figure out more about how to control all of this element that she has basic understanding of and is trained with. But that, and then of course from time to time visit Nim, check on her bird, and just make sure everyone's okay. She'd probably also, in Iman, spend some time at the Temple of Palor.
Oh, that's. Olive, Astrid, I'm still looking that up, so
Okay.
what do you guys...
I guess I could go next. Astrid would be playing telephone all week, using her ring spell, so talking with Valora, as mentioned, talking with her family, or whoever she can reach, sending spell to Magnus, to Zal, as well as Trike to see if she can contact him. She would also help Richter search around Iman to locate creature spell. She would continuing to learn Infernal as well as the sign language. If she's got time, maybe she will touch into Sylvan as well, but her focus would be on Infernal to finish that up. As well as just training with Layla. Anyhow, I've already wrote down all the sending spell stuff that you mentioned, Max, so you don't need to repeat.
All right, so if there's anything that you received that you would want to share with anybody, you can do that.
Just mention the Dread Watch to everybody. So one of the people that she contacted was her brother Klaus. She got in contact with him. He said that he was busy with the Dread Watch. And that's what she would share.
Sounds
And
like
she
an
would
interesting
definitely-
bunch.
She'd definitely get an answer back from Zalia, because she's started to recognize when it's Astrid coming through and not something else.
Oh yeah, she's got the whatever mind shielding thing. Astrid would get super excited by that.
So I know what item I'm looking for, but the place that I am looking at doesn't show it.
So basically, Astrid would know everything that was going on in Kaimel. And would also know the name of the barbershop as a front, and would also know that they do have an inn. not an actual like inn where you stay, but like an inn with the clasp Inimon. If they ever needed it to send secret messages or anything, they will let the group communicate to her from there.
Sweet.
Sorry, also she'd know that since there were people from Stillbin that came, that messages have also been sent to Stillbin, that if you guys ever show up and identify yourselves as a friend of the Spiraling of Kymel, that you also have an inn in Stillbend that you can communicate. So she's trying to set up a line of communication from the party she used to be with to specific cities where they could send her information if help is needed.
And yeah, she would relay that information to Daddy as well. And I'm super excited. And when Astrid would also play around with her new owl, Mir, who's a lot kinder than Maggie ever was.
Jerk bird.
And that's it for Astrid.
I've got a couple of things. First one is, turns out not Lalith, but the person controlling him is a dumbass. And I don't need to carry around 8 javelins. So I'm going to be trading them for a dagger because I just don't care about bartering. That solves that issue. Also look up to picking up another 4 potions because the party seems to go through them quite quickly.
I also have 4.
Yeah, I gave them to you.
Yes, thank you.
I don't think Richter's ever used one.
So that's that sorted.
Because we heal you.
Yeah, so apart from the training and the learning of languages, which including sign language with Nim, he would have asked around about what's happening and taken an interest with what's happening to the north of Fort Daxio, especially with the Goliaths. But apart from that, no, most of Layla's week's been either training with Astrid or Zameen, or trying to learn things.
And I also, if you ever need it, have 5 javelins.
Yeah, I just traded 8 of them away for a single dagger. Turns out you can throw a dagger and use your strength modifier in the damage.
It's, yeah.
The person who controls Lilith didn't know that until earlier on today.
Honestly, I never would have realized, like, I realized it was a versatile weapon or whatever it is, but I never would have even thought you could use strength to throw it for some reason. It just sounds weird.
No, anything with the thrown property, you can use either dex or strength.
That I did not know.
Yeah,
That is a good idea.
So
maybe I
It
shouldn't.
has to be finesse for you to use dexterity.
But no, so I've got
Otherwise-
2 hand axes and
otherwise-
2 daggers.
Yeah, it has to have the finesse property to use dexterity, otherwise you have to use strength.
Yeah, but no, it's just I had no bloody idea, so carrying around like just a huge bunch of javelins, which made me look ridiculous.
You look like the fucking Game of Thrones throne while you were walking around.
A porcupine.
Like I said,
Well-
Layla wasn't dumb, just the person controlling it.
Okay, so actually, if I would have learned that from him, could I have exchanged my javelins for a dagger?
Sure, why not?
Okay, cool. It won't be plus anything unless they have a plus, but that's going to be expensive. So I'll just get a dagger. And then anything that helps with the concept.
which would be the Amulet of Health, which Gilmore could conceivably have. Um, technically, it's a wondrous item, so it generally wouldn't be for sale. But we'll say he has one, but it would run you about 6,500 gold.
That is possible to get together.
Yeah, but that's for Constitution, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm already at a +3. Plus, I have my saving throw is a +6, so it's honestly not worth trying to pilfer together 6.
Because it sets you to 19, but it can't go higher than 19 as the Amulet of Health does.
Yeah, and I'm already at 16. Honestly, the trade-off isn't worth the money for the party.
That seems like a good thing for Astrid, but she just bought the whatever other cape thing, so I'll just save
Astrid
for
must have
that
a big
slowly.
Set of set all of her stats to 19, her strength and her constitution.
Yeah.
In the long run, if you want to increase your constitution without spending more ASI, either get an Amulet of Health or get tough.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab her tough next level.
Yeah, because she only has like 30 hit points since she's level 7.
Oh,
Good
37 now.
grief.
37?
37 hit points, yeah.
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 I am a wizard and I have 54.
I'm
I have
definitely the
70.
tankiest. I have 85.
I have 70, so I'm right there with you. Also, I have learned Guardian of Faith and a few other things, and I may be taking Sentinel. We'll see. So just to protect other people. Since I am kind of a back end and range and up close, we'll see what.
Jack of all trades.
And Master of None.
Yeah, that can be convenient, and it can really work, particularly in a group that has like a wizard who has like one skill set. So when you can make
That's
up
true.
for that, it good. So the other thing that you guys, just to kind of keep things moving here, I was explaining to Lalith and Richter before everybody started. I actually have 2 things for you guys that you could do that Kincaid, the Master of Defense, would bring to your attention. First, in your discussions with him, if you'll remember, he was talking about in regards to the serial killer. There believed that there was a dinner party that he was wanting you guys to attend to sort of like see what was what and see if the person that they suspected might be right or if they were off base. You guys totally missed that. So that dinner party happened a while ago, so you missed that part. And since then, there hasn't been any more killings, so that he doesn't really have much else to go on at this point. There actually hasn't been a killing in probably a couple of months now, so the trail's kind of gone cold at this moment. There is, however, another murder in the city. Murders happen quite often in Iman, so it's not outside of the ordinary. But this was a somewhat well-known merchant, traveling merchant, that was killed. So he describes this to you. However, as I was saying earlier, I had created a map from scratch and created this whole story for you guys to go on, and then Roll20 destroyed my map. And so now I don't have a map. So if you get to the end where I would need to take you to the map, I can't take you there because I need to fix the map and I don't have time to do it while we're playing. So that's an option. You just can't do it right now because Roll20 is garbage. The other thing that he brings to your attention is that if you look on the map to the west of Singorn, there is the little volcanic island, Visa Isle, right there. The Lyceum had a few additional items miraculously disappear from their vault. They were three weapons, three swords actually, that you don't get a whole lot of detail, and this is actually something that Kincaid was a little bit hesitant to discuss with you guys, because the Lyceum didn't really want to tell him all of the details, but they are three sentient swords of decent amount of power that were stolen, and the Lyceum received basically it's not really a ransom letter, more of a taunt sent to them, basically saying that the swords were taken to this island and basically daring them to come and so he told you that that was another thing that you guys could possibly help him with and investigate, because he doesn't really have. He doesn't say this to you, but he does kind of give the impression that like he doesn't really care. So he doesn't want to send his people and take people away from protecting Iman. So he's like, hey, would you guys be interested in doing this for me so that they'll get off my back? And I mean, you get the impression that that's kind of what but he doesn't come out and say that exactly. But the Lyceum has offered a to be determined reward. It's basically negotiable. If you can recover the items, they may be willing to offer you items in trade, or if you would prefer to have gold, they could probably work something out there as well. They also, because they know that Richter may be involved, may give him access to some of the tomes that generally are not for students to be viewing.
So basically, Richter and Lalith would be straight away going for that one. Swords and possibly magic books.
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
Well, Richter has one other thing that might be going a little bit ahead of that, but that's a close second.
And in addition, because I was planning on actually having Dace be introduced in the adventure that I can't really do, Dace is actually, is looking for someone, and found his way to Iman, and also just to make this is, I mean, there's no good way to do this at this point, really. We'll have Dace be seeking help from Kincaid as well, looking for someone, and we'll have you guys basically meet up with each other in the process. Basically, we'll just do it in that great way where you've had like jury duty, or maybe even just sitting at a doctor's office where you're sitting there and you've got somebody else who's also sitting there waiting. You just strike up a conversation and start talk. You all are sitting there in the waiting room waiting to talk to the master of the fence, and here's this what appears to be a monk that you've never met before and never seen before, and you guys will have you meet that way versus the, oh look, you met in the tavern, or you did this, we'll just do it like that, because the way I was going to do it isn't going to work right now, and I don't want him to have to sit here quietly anymore.
So are we currently in that waiting room, or
if you guys want to, if you guys want to role play that part, you can. It's up to you.
Will this be at the end of the week, we're saying then?
Yeah, so this would be after you've done all the things that you wanted to do. You followed up with Kincaid, explained the situation that happened with Axel and Stone of Galore, just to let him know that, hey, we found out the information that, what's going on underneath Cloudtop District. Just keep an eye out, because this guy may be attempting to break in to do this. So you gave him all that information. And he's not entirely happy about the fact that you sort of just like took the money and let this guy go. but he does understand why you did it, because you weren't expected to necessarily go and figure out what this guy was up to. So, um, and then prior to him explaining about the swords and the all that jazz, you guys would just be out there waiting to speak with him. And Dace may be interested in. He would notice the fact that you all are known around around the council office, at least Kincaid's office, and he doesn't know anybody, so he could recognize the fact that you guys obviously have a little bit of clout around here at this point, and maybe says, "Hey, I see that you guys, know what's going on. Maybe you can help me a little bit." So,
Your name is Dace. Yes?
you're muted if you can see us. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Huh? I just look at her and pointedly point at myself as I
Yes.
look around at everyone else. Me?
Yes, hello. I'm Samin Drevo. I'm from Drena. You look like you're looking for something. Is there something you need? Are you new to Iman?
Me? Oh yeah, yeah. The Dace is new to this place.
Oh, third person. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm new to this place. I came here from all the way from Vesheim. I got to the port. I went looking around. Master told me to start looking here. I went by Grayskull. I got flipped the bird and sent away. I went all the way to some fancy pants store or whatnot, and they couldn't find anything. I went looking around, asking all kinds of places, and got into a little bit of trouble, into a fight, and that's where he found me.
So, were you looking for something in particular?
Yeah. Isn't everybody?
Well, sometimes not. Sometimes we just wander. What is it that you are looking for?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Me? What else is everybody else looking for? Fun, filled life, venture, fulfillment. Oh, you mean specifically? Yeah. The Dace is looking for someone, all right. There you go. I fish in my pocket and I pull out an old small drawing, charcoal drawing that's been lacquered over so it doesn't wear off. Looking for this person.
Let me see. And can I make a check to see if I know who he's looking for?
Yeah, do intelligence.
Can I also look over her shoulders a little bit?
Yeah, Astrid would
Curious.
hear that he's from Vasselheim and also look.
Hey, Gonzo, not so close, man. Not so close.
That's okay, they're with me. And plus, I have a +0. Oh my god, why can't I roll this good ever?
Whoops, I sent it to myself, but I rolled a 20. I can roll again.
Fine. Zameen, also when you introduce yourself, I'm sorry, because you're like, Zameen Drevo, I'm from Drenna, and I just always think now, like, I'm Tiberius Stormwind from Draconia. From Draconia.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Like your whole name and the place you're from.
Well, and she technically originally was supposed to be a tiefling paladin that had a Russian accent.
Nice.
The name was completely co-opted for this entire thing, and then she ended up doesn't have a Russian accent. So yeah, it would have been. I'm Zamin Drevo from Drena. How are you?
You guys do not recognize the drawing.
Do you know what his name is? Or her?
It's not a very good
Why-
drawing.
No, it's a good drawing. It's a very
No,
good
I know.
drawing. It's not like a little child's drawing. It's an actual like someone paid for a very good, very lifelike. Since cameras don't exist, it's you have to commission someone, pay someone to do a drawing.
So it's stick figures.
No, it's not stick figures. It's an actual lifelike drawing, as if someone took a picture, but only because cameras don't exist here. It's done in charcoal.
So I would at least know if it was a male or a female. With a 19.
Yeah.
And does he know the name of the person?
Althea?
Althea.
Does this person have a last name, an occupation?
Why do I feel like I've heard like the name Althea?
Mm-hmm.
Can I make either a history or an insight check? Because I legit remember. I feel like I know the name Althea. But that could have been Zameen. I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean Zalia.
yeah, you don't.
Too many Z names.
You don't know.
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, and Astrid would say, I don't recognize your person, but my name is Astrid Duvenhelm. Actually, I'm from Vesselheim as well.
Ah. You ever stop by the Church of Court?
Oh yes, my father he's a paladin of court, so I've been there many times.
Hmm.
Not sure if you recognize the name Abelard Duvenhelm, but he was quite active there.
Ah.
I would say you probably do actually recognize the name.
Yeah. Never really saw him though, except from afar. He came to spar with us a couple of times.
Oh, that is good. Are you familiar with the Church of, or the Temple of Court as well?
I always wanted to try and get a sparring match in with him. But wasn't in. Never happened.
Yes, he was certainly quite busy.
Hmm.
So
I don't know.
you
Maybe
have...
maybe the dace was too intimidating for him.
I highly doubt that. My father, he's quite tall and quite muscular. Don't think he would be intimidated by you.
Like, how does Ace look like anyway?
You can let's see here. I believe there's a picture in character profiles.
Oh, okay.
If not, I can post it.
Oh, nope, I found it.
Found it, yeah.
Hey,
So-
don't underestimate the dace. I one time won a fight against 5 people, all 1-on-1. Of course, they were drunk off their ass, but I still won.
Well, that's something. Do you know the last place that maybe this Althea was?
Master Poe said Singorn.
Oh, currently I think Singorn is still kind of in the Feywild. Last time I heard.
In the what?
The Feywild. Singorn, you know, sometimes the elves, for protection, they
Oh,
take their city and they put it away.
do what? A moving city? Cities
Yes.
can't move.
Well,
Did you hurt your head?
Richter kind of pipes up. He goes, "It's not moved. It's a different plane. They shifted over to keep it safe in times of need."
yes, the Fey.
It shift over. How else does it shift but move? So how's the city move?
It's magic. Certainly you've heard of magic.
Oh. Yeah, the Dace knows about magic. See? And I do the little trick with your little thumb.
Yes, that kind of magic, but much more powerful. That kind, except your thumb would be the city, and uh, it would be a different plane. So, hey, outside of the
Oh,
Sinkhorn,
that's deep.
it is, in fact, it very much is.
I wonder how many
So,
cities I have on my thumbnail.
I mean, there could be multitudes, who knows? It depends really on the gods, and what life really means. But hey,
Hey, everybody down there!
I don't.
All you cities on my thumbnail. Listen to your god, the Dace.
No, I don't think yelling at your thumbnail helps because, I mean, if they were really there, they'd be very small and you'd be hurting their ears. But here, and I take kind of a hold of his hand and pull it away a little bit. Um, hey, so if they were in Singorn and you're looking for them in Iman, I don't think they'd be here.
Well, of course
But-
not. I just got here from the port. I had to sail all the way over here from Valsheim.
So what was happening last time you were in Vasselheim?
I finished my training, and Mr. Poe said time for me to go on a little walkabout.
Oh, well, we are.
Yeah, he even gave me this nice little letter.
Oh, let me see. Can I read what the letter says?
I kind of cock my head and look at you with one eye, like trying to discern your character.
I'm part of the
Yeah,
followers
I think
of
I can
Paylor.
trust you with that.
Yes, I'm definitely a good person. I try to be. Do you know the gods here? I follow Paylor. He is a god of justice and righteousness for those who need assistance. And so I would like to try and help you. We are all thinking of what we're going to do next, and if you could follow us or help us in some way, maybe we could help you.
Sure. This can help out many ways, Gancho. Oh, here you go. I dig in my pocket and pull out a letter and don't let anybody else look at this.
Okay, I will look at it.
I just messaged it to you.
So, Richter, what do you think about the offer from the Lyceum?
It's something I feel quite obligated to find for them. They've taught me much, but there's also, and Richter kind of looks. We're all sitting rather close together, right?
Yeah.
Richter looks and he goes, "There's other news I have that I still need to share with you, but maybe when we're not in."
The company of a dumbass, sure.
You have a way with words.
Oh, so he's a donkey.
Sure. Why not?
Oh.
Richter's like doing that thing where you like hold your fingers on the bridge of your nose and just like look very disappointed at life.
Hey, Gancho, don't let life get you down. Pep up. Thank you. Hey,
So you guys
don't
gonna
look
take
so bad.
I gonna take this weirdo back to your house, or where are you guys gonna go?
Guys, if we could have a quick chat. Dace, could you stay here for just a second? Please don't run off. Could I talk to my friends here?
As long as you don't tell them anything about my letter. I don't know know anything about them yet.
Okay.
But the dice has
I
a good feeling about you so far.
I won't say anything about the letter in particular. Okay? And I kind of just pat my hand on his shoulder and walk away.
As we're walking away, Richter kind of looks at Layla, or not Layla, at Ashton and goes, "Is that average for people from Vasselheim? I know there's no arcane there, but that's a little over the top."
No. That is most certainly not average from our Vasselheim.
So he's a special kind of idiot.
And can I gather everybody up to where we're far enough where he can't hear, but I can talk to the group?
Yeah.
Okay, guys.
Of course I'm special. There's only one of me.
Okay, try to be patient with him. I'm not going to discuss what was in the letter as he asked, but I will go as far as to say I think Althea was his mother. He is not normal. That I can say, not only from his behavior, but also from information I have gained. But he has been trained and he can fight. And let's try and be at least a little patient with him. We've all had our own, oddities in life. He may be a good soul that just needs a little help.
Zameen, you said was.
Was?
She was his mother.
Possibly is his mother. I don't know. All I know is that... Look, instead of doing something terrible, she gave him over for training in hopes that he could become something better. But she knew that something was different about him. That's all I'm going to say. He's not bad, he's just different. And I think we can all understand that a bit. So, if he can be of help to us, or if maybe we can help him in some way, I think that would be part of the greater good.
I
Richter
suppose
kinda
that is fine.
just looks around at everyone and goes, "I obviously don't know what was in the letter, but I do know that we go to some very dangerous places. Well, we have at least so far, and it sounds like more are coming up, but if to make sure that he's capable of actually defending himself, yes, a letter say he can do it, but we've fought a dragon, we've crazy things, we've been ambushed. It's not safe. I wouldn't trust it until we knew how adept he was."
He
then-
could perhaps spar with Lelis.
We could take him back to our place. I do not believe he is a danger to us in any way. I think we could take him back to our place, maybe, and make sure that, he understands what it's like to really fight, and maybe give him some insight into things, maybe teach him. And I don't want to do basically what Vox Machina did and attack the newbie, but basically teach him.
Oh, when I want to fight.
Yeah, let's spar with him and see how it goes. Let's also let him know that when it comes time for being quiet and sneaking.
Don't start making the sounds of a donkey.
Exactly. I mean, I can have silence. I can cast certain protections over us. As
I can
know,
turn him into a donkey.
that may not actually be as helpful.
As Richter said that, he kind of just had like a half smile on his face.
But let's at least try and take him back and maybe see what he can actually do.
If you believe we should take him with us, that's fine. If at any stage, though, he does pose us any harm, I will take action. Hopefully it will never come to that.
And my one request is, you seem to have already quickly gained his trust, Zamin. I just hope that you can sort of rein him in when the time is needed.
That is what I am hoping for as well, which is why I will try and tailor my spells going forward to make sure that if given his outbursts, there can be ways to quiet that. Maybe he just needs some guidance. And trust me, again, I don't want to mention the letter, but guidance is needed for him. He has fought, he has trained, but he is so new and a bit of a lost soul.
I trust your decision. As Layla said, my one concern is making sure that he can defend himself in a way that would be good enough for where we're planning on going.
Well, I have an idea which doesn't involve us all attacking him, and
I
it's
figured
also
you
a
both would
game.
just duel.
I've got a different way to play to his pride.
I don't actually think he's very prideful. He speaks in a third person, and he seems very happy with himself, but don't mistake that for prideful. I don't believe that is really the internal force driving the way he behaves.
I have two possible ideas, Layla. If you know much more about telling a person's physical capabilities than I do, but I can either change one of us into a beast that we can see how he fares against, or we could always just go to a bar and shit face and have him fight some of the people.
Oh, I wouldn't do that. He is, I think. And doing that may lead to an outburst that, not necessarily physical, but I feel like there's some pain in there.
Don't worry, I don't need to lay a hand on him. Just, if we do take him with us, I do have a test for him. To easily find out what he's capable of.
Alright, I trust your judgment. We've been sparring with you. You have been very good at it. Let's at least agree that possibly we can help him. We know where his mother last was, possibly. And then she realizes what she just said and covers her mouth.
Mm-hmm. Was.
Well, Zamin and Astrid, how about you go and speak with him, see if he would like to come with us. Layla, you would like to go, we can go see Kincaid and see if we could, whatever trouble this person is in, we could
Sort it out,
waived.
yes. Very well.
Well, Richter kind of just nods then, and he'll turn around and head towards the door of Kincaid.
Lilith will go with him to sort out Dace's problem with the law.
All right.
Yeah, and as we're walking back, I'll just tell Zamin to just inform Dace that we're going to try to put in a good word with the, Master of Defense here, with Kincaid.
Ready? And you guys still have to wait a little bit to get into to talk to him, but it it's fine. Kincaid doesn't really. I mean, it wasn't something that he was going to oversee personally anyway. It was just going to be some of his um, underlings that were going to handle the situation. But since you brought it to, he's like, okay.
Does he
whatever.
tell us what he was in trouble for?
He doesn't, because he doesn't even know yet.
Oh, okay.
He wasn't told, but he's like, if you guys are vouching for the guy, then I'll just tell. He just tells his people to.
I will say,
Let him
I don't
go.
know if Lalith would stop me. If he wanted to, he could, obviously. But I would start saying, well, to be fair, we don't know exactly what he did, so we're not really vouching as much as willing to take responsibility from here on out for him.
We're adopting a puppy, basically.
Yeah, he says that's good enough for him. He's like, if it had been anything that was too drastic, it would have been escalated to him.
And I do have one other question for him, if he has the time.
Yep.
I'll say, with what you were saying about these swords missing from the Lyceum, I know you were hesitant to tell us at first. I'm from the Lyceum, as you know. Would it be okay if I talked to them there, or should I not mention that you mentioned it to us?
He tells you you could talk to some people about it. You get the feeling too that he's, and again, Kincaid has a way of he doesn't come out and say things, but you've gotten to know him a little bit where he gives hints at things that you guys can pick up on. In fact, do a perception check real quick.
Me and Lalith?
Yeah.
Thank God, because mine sucks. Jesus Christ.
You guys don't entirely get exactly what he's saying, but you do get a hint of the fact that in this instance and in previous and conversations that you've had with him, he doesn't really trust the headmaster of the Lyceum.
Fair enough. Richter kind of just... Ooh, God.
I was gonna say, I'll just type it real quick.
I think that
In
I
case.
put that on the wrong one.
Just in case you guys, that's Varys Vivana is the...
That's the one that Lalith tried to tackle, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Richter's going to kind of just look up at Lalith and just say, well, I suppose we should be on our way.
Very well.
Bow down to Kincaid and just make my way out.
Okay.
Dace.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt. Before, if you guys do decide, Kincaid also has set up. So if you want to go to the island, he can get you a ship that will get you there.
Okay. We'll discuss it back at the house and let.
Yeah.
Dace, would you like to go with us? We have a place in the city, and we could help see over some training real quick. See what you're capable of. We have some things we may be doing soon that definitely you could help with, and maybe we could help you as well. There's food. And I have a really pretty bird.
Pretty bird, pretty bird. Well, Dace ain't got nowhere to stay. You just got here.
Well, we have plenty of room to stay.
Sure, Gancho. Why not?
We also have a bar downstairs. And she kind of loops her arm into his arm so she can kind of guide him to where they're going, but also keep a hold of him.
The Dace is good with the ladies, huh?
We've actually adopted a monk.
Well, you are much taller than me, but you are handsome. We will see. Come on, follow me. We will come to the house, and we will see what you are made of.
Oh, the dice is made out of good stuff.
We hope so. And she just kind of pats him.
Yeah, Dace is about 6 foot tall, 180 pounds.
Do you look like muscular, or do you look more like you're fast and can like move quick, like that?
Look.
He's muscular. And I'm 5'8", so I could definitely pat you on the head.
Well, when me and Layla come back out, I'll just look to if everyone's still there. Just say it's sorted. We have some more things to discuss back at the keep.
All right.
By the way, what's with the scars? If you don't mind me asking. Sorry if it's impolite.
And I kind of just whispered to him, I think it is kind of impolite.
I mean, such a pretty girl like you shouldn't have scars on the eye.
Oh, you mean me?
Yeah. What else would you be talking?
Oh, sorry. Yes, they're not scars. You see, and I kind of just pull up a cantrip of sacred flame, and then they start to light up in bright blue.
Ooh.
Yes, so they're not scars. They are markings from my birth. You see, I'm...
Oh, so they're not tattoos like these, as I bow down my head and kind of point at my head.
No, not tattoos. They were on me at birth and have grown. I am part Genasi, part air Genasi. I am a Tempest cleric.
Bless you.
You're welcome.
No, you sneezed.
No, I said Genasi.
Bless.
That's a type of race. Do you know, like, human, elf, things like that?
Oh yeah, the dice is half elf.
Oh, yes. Okay, so you know elf. Genasi is a type
Bless you.
of... Okay. Let's go home.
So I'm assuming that you guys don't did the map not transition at all? Are you still on the
No, it
online
did.
map?
Nope, we're in the keep.
It
Okay,
did,
so
but I can't move my token. That doesn't really matter much.
Yeah, I can't select mine.
Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, same.
Are they on the map layer?
That's what I was trying to check on. No, they're not actually. But let me see.
That's Lilith. That's the main. Who are these other two?
Richter.
And who's this?
Astrid.
Okay. I'm just
And
used
then-
to seeing names under tokens.
Then, if you look up in a librarian study, that's Ilbrin, who's
And the nimble right.
and the nimble rat.
Who also has a mechanical bird.
And also my falcon is up there. I almost said falchion. I've been watching too much Mighty Nine. So this is our main floor. I stay up in the top of the house. We have some servants. There are a few extra rooms. Question to the DM, is that bedroom with a private bath, is that technically Ilbrin's? Or what about the master? Like, is there a place we can put him? Bedroom privy?
This is
Ilbrin's
Astrid.
is this one.
Yep. This is Richter.
I think this one here next to mine is empty.
Yeah.
Oh god.
So the third floor master bedroom next to the private bath is
Is
Astrid's.
Astrid, yes.
Yeah, so like Astrid would be here, and well, here. I don't know why you can't do token. And
Did it like change that we're no longer? Well, no, it shouldn't have.
And I believe attic storage, I think, was actually where some of the
Guards and
guards were. So we had some guards there, and then we had some guards that possibly were in the basement area or something like that.
and didn't we
Um,
technically cut this like here?
yeah, there is
That common room.
Yep.
So technically, we don't need guards now, considering we've got an Ilbrin and a Nim.
True.
So if I moved to the bedroom, I hate to not be up top because I like to be able to see out when something's happening, and I'm not sure I want to put Dace up there. So where should we put Dace?
So let's say,
Yeah, I see.
let's say we've got this room here. Let's say if you want to put him there, you can.
Okay, just know he's going to use your bathroom.
Like, hell he is. That door's going to get locked.
Well, then he's just going to pee in place.
Have we
Well,
actually
there's a-
adopted a pet? God damn it.
There's a privy down the hall. We can show him where it is.
Oh, yep. I can move Astrid now, by the way.
Yeah, when I copied the map over, it also copied your tokens over, but your tokens weren't connected to anything because it was trying to connect to the game that the other
Oh.
game. So I was dragging the tokens over from this game. So it recognized you, but it wasn't connected to any of you. And it's easier to do this than to try and like
I'm alive!
hit the cog wheel on the tokens because it takes forever for it to load, and sometimes it just doesn't.
So really, oddly enough, the library study, Richter is up there, even though Ilbrin is on the second floor.
Whose
That
room
was
is
it.
this?
No, that's right there. That's Ilbrin's room technically. It's just that I had him in the library and study because that's where he's spending most of the time.
Yeah, because that's where
How
he
do you
is.
spell his name?
ILBRYN.
Yeah, he's technically not part of the party anymore, but is still part of the party as an NPC type.
And he may or may not ever. He might return at some point, so leaving that option open for him. He's still in the Discord.
I think at this stage he's basically just our researcher until he gets back.
Yep, if he gets back. If not, he'll just be a dude who hangs out in your. a former guy who just decided to give up on his adventuring and become a scholar essentially.
So either it depends on the party. Talking to the party, would you prefer I move? Because I don't have a bathroom either. I have to come down and use the private bath that is in Richter's room, basically.
Or this one. That's a bathroom.
Or that one, yeah. So,
Because that one and
oh yeah, either one of those. So I can either stay up there to keep watch, or I can move him up there, but he'd also have a turret peak. And I can move into the bedroom where I could get in and out of the Layla's room.
Zameen, you don't technically have a turret peak. There's no way to get. You would have to come through the room that Richter's in to get there. Because this is where you get into it, I believe.
Oh, is that okay? Because I've been making watches from there.
And then you walk through Richter's bedroom while he was sleeping. You creep. Some of it watching me sleep.
I mean, honestly, we can say that you guys could have just
Yeah.
put in a walkway, like sort of like in between.
I'm sure. I mean, it doesn't look like it's that far. You could probably freaking walk across.
I mean, like you could have just put like an extra like hole essentially in the top of the tower. 'Cause,
Okay,
I mean
good.
that's. I mean, it's not exactly like we can say that that's like the way that your room is would essentially be like on this side of it because it's not over here; it's over here, like on top. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So like it sits over here in relation to like the being on top of the third floor, so it's not on this side of the house. It's on this side of the house. So you can say that you put in another
So-
door.
Dace is a simple person, so you can put him in the attic storage and turn that into a room.
Well, we already have workers up there and security. So
Can we put him in the basement?
I was about to say, can we retrofit? Like, can we put him in the basement?
I mean, he's a
There's
monk.
that
He
other
doesn't,
room
really,
as
he
well.
doesn't require a whole lot of like material goods or anything. So like he wouldn't
Who's
be used
using
to
this
having
one?
any.
But we do have that one bedroom. But that's what I'm saying. I know that Layla probably doesn't want him there, so I can move. But then, basically, Dace would have access not only to the turret peak, but also to Richter's room. So, which one of you wants to deal with him if I move, Richter or Layla?
I mean, I can deal with him. It seems weird talking about him in this way. I can look after the puppy. It's okay.
Is he creeping you out?
Richter
Is he
will
creeping
just
you out?
go back to the Lyceum to learn Stone Shape and just block off this door completely.
Or he can stay in near the attic storage, and we can set up an extra bed, maybe? I don't know how many people are in there, technically, because we don't really know.
Well, like Layla said, I don't think we need any sort of security anymore if Ilbrin and Nim are here.
And they are.
So we can just turn the storage into a full-on room for Dace.
Yeah, because also what I think we need to remember is with like Vox Machina, they had their tower or their keep outside of the city, so they needed guards. Where ours is still in the middle of the freaking city, so we also have like the watch and stuff patrolling the streets.
Yeah.
So I say, yeah, we could just give him the attic storage. We could throw like, I don't know, what would it cost, Matt? Like 50 gold or so to furnish it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll help furnish that. And we also always have the first floor. We could always block off that corner section for other people who needed to be guards. They could be on the first floor.
So say I've just taken that out of the group funds, 50 gold.
Okay.
And actually, we could move the guards to the bedrooms near Lilith if we wanted to.
I think we're firing them.
Don't fire the guard, or at least give them a bonus to go. Like, I feel like that's terrible.
Pay them to not work anymore.
Well, just like we're sorry, we no longer need your assistance. Here's a week's worth of severance. Like a week.
Laylath is the treasurer. He can make that the choice.
All right.
I think Matt told us it was something like
100 and something a week
month?
or something.
It was like
A
100
month?
gold. I think it's 100 gold a month.
Yeah,
Per
so
person.
flip them like a gold a piece or something, and say, we're sorry, but we now have enough security. We don't need extra assistance, but thank you, and then like give them each extra 1 gold or something.
Okay. Well, I'll give them 10 gold apiece. That'll make everyone happy apart from Richter.
Oh no, that'll make Richter happy. The only thing Richter wants is he wants a chef and a maid.
But that's the guards
could
paid
cook.
off.
Well, now Dace's room is next to mine. And we still have to go downstairs to use either one of the privies, but we at least have 2 around the study. So technically, Dace, I can't move you, but you have a bigger room than I do, but technically I have a fireplace, so and a turret peak. But I do really have the smallest room in this whole damn place.
Astrid
What's up
actually
with
has
that?
a double fireplace, a fireplace in her bathroom and in her bedroom.
Jesus, why did I choose this room?
That's why I
have,
chose
like-
the den. I purposely put money into that.
You could just double up with Astrid.
I would have had she still had the double bird, but Astrid needs room to teach her new pets and everything, and I'll just stay in my tiny room with my little bed that's in the corner and my little
Well, it's also
shrine.
not like you're banished up there. It's probably like you probably go up there to go to sleep. The rest of the time, most of us are down in the.
Yeah, I mean the reality is none of you are going to spend that much time here anyway. So
And Dace would flat out tell her, "Look, I don't need this much room. You take the room."
This room has access to the turret, and I like to watch outside just to keep watch. So
Oh, you like watching too, Gancho?
I don't know what that means, but I like to watch the city and make sure that our place is safe. But you're welcome in my
What?
room.
You don't know what means? Watching or Gancho?
Both, I think.
Gancho, friend.
Oh.
And watching,
well,
you just
that's good.
watching. Whatever.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Well, I like being near the turret peak. You can come up there with me sometime and things, but you're welcome in my room unless I'm,
You just see Dace
asleep.
get really red on the face.
And unless I'm asleep, and then I maybe can like come into your room and help set things up. Whatever you need.
I get even redder in the face.
Oh, how cute.
All right. Well, I think maybe we all have to go downstairs or to Layla's place, or I think we were going to try and do some training. Do we train on the first floor? I think we train in the basement, right?
you'd either
Do we
train in the
have-
basement or you probably have room to do it outside.
Yeah, we can do it in the basement if that's where you want our training room to be.
Yeah, that's where it was for Vox Machina. Like, you could transform it and do training and stuff. And real quick, I'm gonna run to the back. So don't kill me.
And while you're doing that, I'll just show everybody real quick here. This right here. So this right here this is your turret, and this is the rest of your house. So right here, in this little space behind your house, you could also farm.
But I feel like that would cause noise. And I know we're in a bad neighborhood. I just don't know if that would freak anybody out.
Yeah, for what's about to happen, I don't want to freak out the neighbours.
Pause real quick, because I'm gonna go to the bathroom and I want to see what.
Yeah, everybody, we can
about.
quick break.
Okay.
I swear I won't lay a finger on him until he's done what he needs to.
That is disconcerting, and also, yeah, we'll see what happens. This is basically Vox Machina with the new guy, isn't it? It's gonna be great.
All right, so 3-minute break, whatever you need to do.
So Lilith's Rick is freaking.
No, it's not. It's not freaking out. It's just a case of it. Layla is basically looking at you. Is why have we somehow adopted a dumbass? That is the entire thought process. It's how the hell have we just adopted a puppy?
And it's not freaking Richter out as much as it's like, the whole speaking in the third person. He's from a very, very, like, his mother's was poor. He still sends her money and stuff like that, but she lives in Whitestone. So everyone he ever heard talk of themselves like that has always probably been a pompous asshole. So it kind of like was a turnoff immediately.
And in all fairness, Layla has to put up with Richter all the time, so it's just a different type of annoyance.
Wunderbar. It's going as I want.
Yeah, so you'll probably enjoy what's about to happen next, or the first part of what's about to happen next.
No, just out of character. He's not a dumbass. He's not retarded or anything.
Oh no, probably not. It's just a case of the personality. This is his first impression, so of course he's thinking, this guy's a dumbass.
Richter's a fucking genius, and Lila thinks I'm a dumbass.
In all fairness, you overthink plans, that's why he thinks you're a dumbass. But that's because two different trains of thought.
Mm-hmm.
So what are Dace's stats anyway? I'll tell you mine if you want to know.
Yeah, I think we all shared each other's stats a while ago.
After you.
I'm 18 strength, 11 dexterity, 20 constitution, 11 intelligence, and 13 in both wisdom and charisma.
I am awfully weak. I am 8 strength, 14 dex, 16 con, 20 intelligence, 15 wisdom, 13 charisma.
Astrid is 19 strength, although that's because of gauntlets of, what were they? Giant? No.
Ogre strength?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ogre
ogre
strength.
strength. 14 dex, 10 con, 16 intelligence, 20 wisdom, and 13 charisma.
Good grief, y'all rolled well.
Mm-hmm.
I tried rolling, and let's just say it's no different than taking point by.
So,
And unfortunately, I'm stuck with it.
if you don't want to give us your stats, is it a case of, are you a strength or a dex fighter?
I'm a monk.
You can be either or.
He's not a weakling.
So he's a strength fighter.
I didn't say he was.
Are you a hardy fighter? Can you take a hit?
I'll have to find out.
That's not something you really want to test.
Well, I mean, we're talking out of game, but I don't want to give you metagame knowledge. I mean, you're basically learning a new person. It's more organic and fun that way.
Well, it's definitely going to be interesting what happens next.
That's just my opinion. But yeah, y'all definitely rolled well.
I don't think you rolled badly. I just think that you didn't get like any like insane stats. I mean, you're like pretty good across the board. Where some people have like one skill that they're terrible at.
8 strength.
Yeah.
Yeah, Astrid's strength post or pre-gauntlet was like 8 or something as well.
Yeah, like I said, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't much different than taking point by.
Oh, Matt, is it feasible, considering how long I've been doing woodworking, that I would have been able to fashion 2 very basic wooden swords?
Sure.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, and actually, how much time do we have off? Because I got to put those those days down for tinkering.
7
a week.
Oh, how big is it down here?
I think the basement's pretty small.
It is.
It's not too small. Is enough room for all of us and a bit of movement.
So like at its widest, it's 30 feet across.
Can we have literally when we were, and this is kind of retrofitting everything, could we have knocked out the walls in between?
Like these two things.
Yep, and opened the space up.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
I
I'll
just
say
imagine
I'll say
him
this.
taking us to a blank map to represent it.
Let's say that there's this. Like there is now a beam that goes all the way across here just for support because these will be supporting walls. So you just installed a beam that goes across the ceiling here. So right in that
Okay.
space, we'll say that the walls are down, but the ceiling's a little lower right there because there's a beam that's up there just to support the building.
Okay.
Okay. So Lilith and Dace would have to dock, but the rest of us would probably be fine.
Probably.
So is everyone back?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, making some tea.
Okay.
Is it dead people tea?
No, it's Keurig tea.
Not nearly as good.
I'm sorry, I don't consume dead people.
Nothing beats Yorkshire tea.
Nah, green tea here.
So,
I actually love a good Earl Grey.
I don't drink tea. It's gross.
What?
I don't drink coffee either, so.
Oh, I drink coffee and tea.
No,
I
Earl
don't,
Grey is
I
the
don't
best.
generally drink any beverage that is warm. I drink things because I'm thirsty and would like my thirst to be quenched, and warm drinks do not do that. So, I want
that
something
depends on
cold.
the warm drink.
Yeah, Guinness will quench your hunger.
Yeah, but that's not warm. I mean, it can be,
Oh,
it
no,
can-
no. Guinness is actually better when it's warm.
Well, room
Yes, it
temperature.
is.
Room temperature, at
Yeah,
least.
you get the hell out of here with warm beer. That is fucking gross.
No, warm beer is good. Maybe it's my Irish ancestry, but warm beer.
I have Irish ancestry too, and I went through a stage where I drank a fucking lot, and warm beer is disgusting.
There's something wrong.
Room
with you.
room temperature beer is fine. Like
Look,
how you said it.
American domestic beer, yeah, is. But I'll admit the when I stopped over in Ireland on my way back from overseas, the hot not hot but warm Guinness and all that. Oh, it was excellent. But then
Yes.
again, it might have been just because I hadn't had a drop of alcohol in over a year.
Yeah, that might be a little bit of it.
Yeah. You spend a year over there, you don't get to touch that.
All right, so Lalith, what is your plan here?
So I'll do this one in character first. Dace. So, before we let you come with us, travel around, pretty much let you loose in the wild, it's probably best if we see what you can do. Do you agree?
Sure, man.
So, I'm going to let you have 10 free shots at me. If you don't put me down, I'm going to take 10 shots at you. I just want to see what you're made of.
Shots. You gonna shoot me?
You know about guns.
Who doesn't?
Okay, I'll rephrase this. You will get 10 free strikes however you wish. And your objective is to knock me out, basically. Do you understand that much?
Oh, okay.
If you do not knock me out, I will take 10 strikes at you. For the exact same
Yeah.
reason.
Healing will be given as necessary.
Agreed. Do you agree to these terms?
Sure.
Okay, so out of character, it's a case. The way that I'm thinking of it is, obviously you get 10 attacks. There's no point of doing stunning strike or anything like that. I'm not going to defend. He's basically just going to hit me 10 times. If you've got anything, if I survive, that can reduce damage for yourself, you can do that.
Try not to actually kill each other, and if you do get to the point where one of you has almost 1 hit point, I can go over and cast.
We're not going to let them murder each other. I mean, they could
Oh, no,
just go until someone falls.
Oh, it's just a friendly game of slaps.
Basically,
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying I can at least bring you back up to 1.
So, like I said, you basically get 10 free shots. I'll take 10 after that, just to see, 1, what you can do, and 2, see what you can take.
And then after that is me.
So, are you good for that?
Sure, Gancho.
So, take 10 shots, and like I said, I'm going to accept them all, so just roll 10 attacks.
Just a second.
Like I said, if you do have anything to reduce damage or increase damage, whatever you want, just as long as it all totals up to 10 attacks, it doesn't matter what you do.
Sure. Well, step up, Control.
Zamin, would you like to not stand right next to us?
There you go.
Go ahead.
So I start bouncing around on the balls of my feet, roll my neck, shoulders. All right, here it comes. You ready?
He's just staring at you.
I don't know if that hits. You gotta tell
No,
me.
no,
or not,
I'm just
so-
I'm accepting all of them. So just roll 10 hits.
Oh, okay. So yeah.
And remember, you as a monk, you have
Yeah.
stunning strike. You have all of that other.
But like I said, even if you do like flurry of blows, if as long as it adds up to 10 strikes total, it doesn't matter what you do or how you do it.
Yep. I'm waiting on responses is all.
Okay, so
I think you only really hit him once.
no, so he's hit me 3 times now. So if you want to just roll 7 more attacks,
Yeah, I think Lilith is saying that he's just going to literally let you
yeah,
punch
just
him in the face.
I'm letting you hit me.
Yeah, you're letting me
So
hit you.
basically, he has no armor
Yeah,
on.
I'm
or
taking
just
the
like-
hits.
Yeah, I understand that, but that right there, yeah, that's what I was waiting on. I'm lagging a bit.
Four, 5, 6. So that's 6. 7, 8, 9. 10. So how much damage total? So 6, 11, 20, 24,
That last one still
24,
want me a deck save.
32, 36, 40, 45.
Well, I don't think he's gonna do a deck
51.
save.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because you
51.
failed that deck save. You're flat on your face,
56. So 56 points of damage.
and you're flat on your face.
Oh, it's a deck saving, so I'll do it anyway, just for shits and giggles. There you go. Yeah. So I'll take 56 out.
And then
So just to do that, so 56 minus 9, so that's 45. Let me just roll this quickly. Slash 1d12 plus 5. So 45 minus 13 is 32 points of damage. So minus 32. I'm still looking fine. Ah. So, it seems you're good at punching people. Not too bad.
So, how much healing do you require, or do you just want to go in on him next, and then I can use Prayer of Healing and heal you both, and we can do some extra heals on him, because I think I should be next as the challenger.
To be fair, you should probably save your healing for him next.
I can do both. I'm just saying after it's done. After y'all's fight is done, I will heal both of you back up to health. And then I'm the next challenger.
Very well. Are you ready to receive?
Go ahead, Gancho.
So I'll just launch 10. I'll just do it with a normal longsword damage. So I'll roll 10 of them. And for
You punching me as well, or
no,
wooden
I've got
swords?
I've got wooden weapons.
Okay.
So just for funsies, I'll use 2 fighting spirits and an action surge, so that covers the 10. Actually, I have to use all 3 in an action surge. So yeah, so I'll use all 3 fighting spirits and an action surge. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now I have to count all that up.
Yeah. First one misses.
So you're not just going to accept him like I did. Actually, no, that's all at advantage.
Still misses. Second one misses. Third one misses. Fourth one misses. Fifth one hits, so that's 9. Then 7 and 7 miss and 6.
So if at
And miss.
advantage, the first one's a 23 to hit.
Still misses.
Yet the 5th one at 21 hits.
Yeah, that one hits. So 9 on that one. Out of character, patient defense.
Okay.
So you're going even. I'm nullifying your advantage.
No, that's fine. So count up how much damage you did and apply it.
All right, I'll the stupid calculator. Math is my worst subject.
You actually have a calculator in a drawer?
Yeah, I have it right here, mostly for why I'm playing Elite and Dangerous because.
I
Sorry,
think you
I
probably
just-
took 22 with 6, 13,
So 9 damage plus 7 plus 7
29 probably.
plus 6.
Does the 17 hit on the last one?
Nope. You're hitting that even. You don't get advantage. So that's actually 13 hit to hit. You're taking the first number each time.
What, so you use patient defense on the last one as well?
No, patient defense
is
lasts
just, yeah.
lasts until my next turn. You're the one that set the rules. It's not my turn yet.
That's kind of smart, really. I mean, you set the rules and he followed them.
Oh no, I'm not complaining. It's like I said to him, use what he needs to.
Yeah.
Yes, but you are just melee. Let's see how he responds to magic in this next round.
How much was that damage total?
29.
29? Alright.
How are you looking?
So... I hate math. Did I
So do
say how
I.
much I hate that? Okay. Health adjusted.
So are you looking okay?
I'm below half.
Okay, I will heal. What is below half? I'm technically metagaming. I'm trying to find out how much healing he needs to get back up to high health because I'm about to step
52
in.
Well, if you're about to-
next.
If you're about to fight him, just let Aster use her spells.
Well,
Right?
yeah, because Well, Astrid would have to heal both of them, and I don't know if she has enough spells to heal both of them. I guess there could be a short rest for Lilith.
Layla could sleep it off the following night. He's fine.
Just to say, I'm still at 53 and I'm fine.
All right.
And Richter's had enough of this bullshit melee stuff. He's going back up to his room.
I am not doing melee. I may do melee. So you need to be healed quite a bit. So I'm guessing Astrid would be the one healing you, since I'm saving my spells, or I could try and heal you and her as well, because I would still have spells.
Let me see how much.
Oh, Dace, if I was properly defending that, only 4 of those would have hit.
And you would need, what, 12 more?
He would have needed a lot more.
Oh, no, I'm talking about for Astrid's healing. Dace would need 12 more.
12 more? Okay,
30. Yeah, basically.
He'd be back to full.
okay.
And does Lilith
So-
need more healing? Or I guess Lilith doesn't really need it immediately.
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
And how big is this room?
And those are 5-inch squares, so it's like 30 feet at
30.
the widest.
20 by 30.
20 by 30? Okay. Alright. Dace. This is your introduction to both melee and magic. And I cast Blindness Deafness. At level 2. Oh, good one.
I know he's modifier now. It's +2.
I cast... I'm going to cast Spirit Guardians.
Ooh, Date's the same in that one.
So, wisdom saving throw. Good job. So you take half. And then I am going to false life myself. No, I'm gonna inflict wounds. I'm gonna run up, inflict.
So I failed. Roll your damage.
Oh no, that's a attack.
No, her Spirit Guardians is still up. She didn't dismiss it, so her Spirit Guardians is still up. And, yeah.
And I'm gonna hit him with my Warhammer. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attacks I've made. I still have 5. I am going to.
So if you've got Call Lightning, this is the perfect opportunity.
Call Lightning needs a cylinder of 100 feet directly above me to be open. We are in a closed room. I am going to call down a sleet storm.
Isn't that one a dexterity check?
Yes. And because of it, my spirit guardians go away. Because it is concentration.
And you also hit me and Layla, right?
No, I focus it as far away from you guys as I can.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately, there's no way to do that in here.
It has a 40-foot
Okay.
radius.
Okay, then I take that back. Then never mind. I would have known that. So
I'm
I
good.
would not have done that. Never mind. I would have known that, so I wouldn't have done that. So, what I will do...
Someone from the far north is used to a bit of a snowstorm.
I will cast... Instead, I will cast Firebolt.
Miss.
And then I will hit him again with my Warhammer. I think I'm 7.
Miss.
And I will hit him again with my Warhammer.
Dace is down.
And I will use Cure. He was a 1. Oh, also, that entire time, since I did not cast that other thing, my spiritual guardians would have been up and would have decimated him. So, we'll just say I dismissed my spiritual guardians.
What, because you don't want to kill him by accident?
Yeah.
It wouldn't proc again until it became my turn.
Yeah, and I didn't even...
Yeah, you would have decimated me.
They would have decimated you. And also, I didn't even cast a 4th level, or... I just cast 1/3. But yeah, so... Alright. So, magic is something we need to work on, but we can give you extra hit points. And here, have some more healing.
Thank you. To be fair though, the dice does better out in the out in the open.
I rolled another fucking 1.
And no offense, but you're not a very good healer, are you?
I can actually be a very good healer, but apparently just not right now. I guess I'm in battle.
Yeah, let me try as well and hopefully get you up a bit higher than that.
Don't worry, Dace understands. I have that effect on the ladies.
I mean, I assume you guys are gonna be resting anyways, and all of this is healing is unnecessary.
Yeah.
It's not like you're just gonna go out and do your next thing right now.
I guess more RP related than actual
Yeah.
worth.
Well, there you go. Hopefully that is better.
Richter's gonna go up and. Can I actually leave the house real quick
Sure.
and go to that library down near us? I just want to see if they have any books about the jungles to the south, or even that island that we were told about by Kincaid.
Okay.
So I would just go and ask them. Do you have any books of history or anything with information on the southern part of Taldore?
And she tells you that she doesn't currently have any, but she actually knows someone that she can get them from. So if you come back like tomorrow or give her a bit of time, she'll be able to get you something about it.
All right. And also about I don't remember the name of the island right now.
Visa.
Visa.
Yep.
So yeah, I'll put down 10 gold on the counter and say, "Oh, I appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow."
All right.
And then I'll just head back and wait in in the main room for them all to come back upstairs.
You did well, Dace, but you need to work on accuracy. Somehow that's the actual face I think he pulls.
Bald head and everything.
Mm.
Well, when when the other people start coming back up, I'll look to everyone and say, I made a visit to the bookstore down the street. I may have some information coming in about. Well, I don't need to go immediately, but it is something that is worrying me. I'll look over to Asher. I'll say, you clearly remember when the blights in the tree underneath the ruins, right?
Oh, yes, of course.
Drake was heading down south to the more wild region of Taldore, trying to. He for some reason he believed that there was a connection between the vampires and a settlement down there that was built in either memoriam or it was built for the vampires. So that's the last he was heard from, and if he's not responding to your messages, I fear he may have either been killed or perhaps captured.
Of course, I wouldn't mind going down to help and see if perhaps we can find them.
Well, that also gives us a few opportunities. One, we can do this job for the Lyceum. Two, we can go past Singorn, see if it's there, which will also deal with Dace's issue, and continue south to the southern regions.
And also
Yeah,
remember, Lalith, you were interested in finding out because
Singorn.
last you had heard your family was your brother and father were last seen in Singorn, or last seen going towards Singorn anyway.
Yeah.
Matt, can you pull up the world map real quick, or Taldore map? So, Kincaid said he could get us passage from Iman down to the island. Perhaps we can talk to him to see if he could send us there, if afterwards we could possibly have the boat drop us off on the coast near the Verdant Expanse and send back whatever he requests with the ship. To me, that seems like it would get us the easiest way of going through all possible scenarios that we could be looking into at the moment.
Are you sure you want to delay going to perhaps investigate Twike's whereabouts?
My and he kind of looks sad and like just kind of down. But he has responded to your sendings before. If he hasn't yet, I believe this isn't going to be a rescue. It probably is going to be seeing if I could just find out who killed him.
Astra just stares, looking kind of worried.
Actually, Matt, I don't know sending that well. Would she know if the person was dead, or is it just like if he's dead or if he's on another realm or plane, it just doesn't work?
Actually, it can work on another plane.
Yeah, I think there's like a 5% chance it doesn't work or something.
Yeah, 5% chance that the message does not arrive if they're on a different plane than you.
Yeah.
However, you have no idea whether the person just chose not to respond, couldn't respond, is dead, or whatever. It's a one-way message, so it's completely dependent on the other person to respond, but you have no indication one way or the other. If if that 5% chance it doesn't get there, you wouldn't know whether it did or not. So
Okay. All right. But yeah, so Richter's just he's kind of, I guess you could say, in the mindset of most likely Trike's just dead.
And I would just was there anything else that you wanted to do this evening, or I can give you the info that you would get as far as the books are concerned?
I would think would everyone be okay with heading to the Visa Isle and then seeing if we could have the ship drop us off down south?
That's fine with Astrid as long as Richter is fine with that. Which obviously he is because he mentioned it.
Yeah, Layla's fine with that.
And actually, Matt, real quick, would ships be able to go in here and like sail up the river?
Show me again.
Like from here, the Visa Isle, would they be able to go into like the Narrows and then like sail up this, or is that too small of a like river?
Yeah, I don't know if ships would be able to get up that.
Yeah, like a ship that would take you to the Isle wouldn't be able to fit in there.
Okay.
No.
A
But they
rowboat
would
probably be able to go
Yeah.
through the.
Would they be
Narrows.
able to drop us off? Well, we could ask if they could drop us off in here. That way we could at least follow the river up to Singorn.
They could probably get in there a little bit. They may end up having to stop more here, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
it
as
doesn't
long
for
as
them to get around.
well, Richter's thinking because has anyone been that far south before?
Yes.
I know you
Nope.
said. Ooh.
I
Nope.
have not.
This is Dace's first time outside of the monastery.
Yes, I've had dealings with Singorn, so I have been at least Singorn far south.
Well, do you think if they dropped us off on the coast and we followed the coast to the river, that would make it easier to make our way? Or would you be able to navigate through the jungle or the forest?
You would know that the river's flowing the opposite direction. I mean, this flows this way, so it would be. You could probably do it, but it would be rather difficult to take a boat up the river without it being powered in some way.
We could still
and
walk.
I can control water, but not that much.
Yeah. Richter's kind of thinking now, since he realized the boat going up isn't really realistic. If we just got dropped off anywhere over here, we follow the coastline to the river, and then follow it up.
So, are we going to the Isle, or are we trying to go into Singorn?
I believe the Isle first. It's on the way.
Okay. So let's just handle trying to get to the Isle and figure out what's going on there first. And then I think after that, Singorn is
Well, you also have to
something
remember
totally
that last
different.
thing you heard, that Singorn was not even on this plane, which means you'd have to find a way into the
Exactly.
Feywild first. And the way to the Feywild is not where Singorn is.
Isn't it over in the Frostweald?
Well, that's one of the places that.
That's one of it.
That's where Vox Machina wants to get into.
Or you could send somebody who does know, if you needed to, someone who does know Keyleth, which is actually Zalia. If
Or
you
Astrid.
could. or Astrid, but I'm closer, and I could technically try and get to some place where I could, if really a letter needed to be sent, Zalia may be able to send some sort of message. Whether or not it'd be taken seriously is to be determined.
Astrid could technically just cast sending and send a message to Keyleth, asking to meet her, I guess, and for a shift to the Feywild.
But at the very least, we could at least go to where Singon usually is on the prime material plane and take it from there.
Yep.
All right. Well, then, yeah, I guess sleep for the night and go see Kincaid again tomorrow.
Also, I never got to get attacked by
No, because
by
you knocked him
Jace.
out.
Yeah.
I was looking forward to it, but you know, it happened, so I just let it go.
All right, so before you head to Kincaid's in the morning, Richard, you head over to the bookstore, and you do get a couple of. They're not really history books. Both of them, as you're skimming through, one of them appears to be more of a folklore type of thing. That's related to the Visa Isle and the volcanoes that are there. There is a fair amount of superstition surrounding them. More than anything, and this is something that you may know, but it's without having read it, you may know this. There are some times like there are ship tours, essentially, like people travel to view the volcanoes. People just think that they're cool because they are still active. So there is, smoke rising, and every now and then there's some small, seismic activity that they don't really, erupt necessarily. But people generally don't get very close to it. They usually just stay on the ships and watch them from a distance. And part of the superstition is that they believe that there are various demons and devils that are, residing there, which is, as you're reading it, I mean, you initially sort of dismiss that as like, okay, yeah, that's what people say about volcanoes, right? Like that's what superstitious, stupid people say. So that doesn't really like trigger in your mind of like, oh, well, there's probably demons there. It's more of a just, country folk are stupid. But and there are some rumors of and some people that have supposedly disappeared when they go to the island. It is a rather menacing sort of looking island, and there are, as you're flipping through, there are some a few passages about some ancient mage that went there looking to use the island for his sort of different rituals and spell casting and just ways to do things that other people would have frowned upon. But that's even in this old folklore thing, they mentioned that being really old. So if it's true, it was a really, really long time ago that this person would have existed if they ever did. So that's really about all that you get from the Isle. It's sort of it's kind of a tourist attraction, but not. People don't actually go to the island itself.
It's a drive-by attraction.
Exactly. Route 66 type of thing. So the other thing that you get as far as the Riffinus jungle, and there's less about this. There is some mention of an old ancient city called Unhatris, and I will write that for you. There's no notes that you see that most people outside of a few scholars and like fortune seekers, people don't really know much about it. It's not even nobody's even really sure 100% where it's supposedly supposed to be. I mean, they have a general subtle idea where people believe it to be, but nobody, as far as this document is concerned, has ever actually found it. Um, the reason that the fortune seekers were interested in it is that supposedly somewhere beneath the ruins there is a shrine dedicated to the vampire god of the underworld, um, and so people have believed that there must be something of great wealth and interest down at this shrine.
I know you said they don't have an exact location for it. Is it kind of somewhere in like the?
Yeah, that's where they believe it is.
Okay.
Basically somewhere in the mouth of this little river here. So somewhere in this general area.
All right. All right. Well, yeah, I would go back and fill everyone in on the information. I believe we're going to a supposedly haunted island.
That seems quite interesting.
It doesn't make sense with what Kincaid told us, though. He said that they sent some sort of braggadocious letter about having taken these swords, but all I learned, or supposedly learned, I should say, was that there are supposedly demons or devils or something like that on this isle. It's formed up from volcanoes.
That is strange.
Of course, Astrid's interested in demons and devils, right?
Yeah, maybe we'll run into Maggie.
Oh, well.
Matt, could I go to a map maker's?
And do what?
Inquire if they have a more up-to-date or expanded map on the south.
What you see on the map right here is as good as anybody has, and actually is the most up to date. It's actually at this point this map is about 20 years old.
Okay.
Because you can see down the bottom it was 812, and I believe it's like 832. I believe is what year it is.
Okay.
I'll tell you exactly what year it is for our game. Yes, 32. So this map that you're looking at would be the map that the characters would also be able to look at, because this is technically an in-game map. It's made by the guy who lost his arm by the basilisk from Vox Machina. Yeah, so this map's about 20 years old. It is the most up-to-date map that anybody has actually made.
That's okay. It's more of a case of if Lalith is going to be leading people, one, across like this type of area, then heading south, he'd want as much information of the terrain as possible, so you'd definitely check to see if there was any more information, like map-wise, he could get. That was it.
Yeah, there isn't a whole lot of trade with the south, for at least as far as like most of the rest of Iman is concerned, above Singorn, really. The lower part of Tal'Dorei tends to trade more with Marquette, as you can see by the fact that there are basically no roadways down there, just jungle. So any trading that does occur has to be done by ship. And Marquette is like technically closer than like Iman is to the very tip of Tal'Dorei. See it on this map.
Oh, that's all from me then.
And then the one other thing Richter would inform everyone of would be the apparently where Trake was headed, there were old stories of a city being built atop a shrine to a vampire lord of some sort. It doesn't give me a good feeling. He'll point to the map that they have and say it's in this general direction, this general area, but there's no pinpoint directions to it.
And I will keep a locate creature, and hopefully at some point we will get close enough to him.
Would locate creature work on corpses, or does it have to be a living creature?
I don't know. That's what I just thought. I don't know.
Good question, though. Let's
I'll pop it out.
I will state, Richter, that this journey that we are planning is going to be extremely long. There's no roads. It will be forests, jungles, mountains. It's not going to be a pleasant journey either.
Richard just looks at you and nods.
Hey, that's life.
I don't think it doesn't specifically look like you couldn't necessarily determine if it was
Because, I mean, if it was dead, it would still be in his form.
right. This just be within 1,000 feet of you.
And not cut off by like a river or whatever, running water.
So yeah, I would think it would probably work for a dead body. Depends on, I guess, on your definition of a person. Like, is if it's like your soul, then you can't locate that creature because they're not technically there anymore. But
DM's discretion.
yeah, right.
So I would, if you do wish to continue with this plan, I'll suggest this to everyone, is to stock up on as much and as many supplies as you can.
That sounds good. I'm gonna go buy more potions of healing.
I'm
Lilith,
also going to buy more potions of healing.
Since you've been down, should we stock up on rations, or is there game to hunt in the forest down there?
Hey, don't worry about that. I can help. The Days can find plenty of food.
That's good. That's good to know. But yes, generally in most forests, there's some form of game. It's discerning whether it is edible.
Oh
or
yeah,
not.
don't worry about that, Gancho. Days can find plenty of food and water.
I think greater were 250.
Thanks.
So plus, as none of us really know how to fish, that would be out of the question.
I told you, Gancho. The Days has got you covered.
Dace, how
Rick-
long have you spent outside of Vasselheim?
Well, considering I had to walk from Valsahan to the nearest port,
Not very long.
long enough to walk through the wilds and trudge. Don't worry. You worry too much, Gancho.
I'd prefer to worry a bit too much than not at all.
Suit yourself.
So, Richter, yes, if you have any money left over, go
Yeah, Richter's
buy.
gonna slide you. Well, you have the bag of holding, and Richter's weak as shit, so he can't carry that much. So unless you want to go with him,
Yeah, I'll
he's
go
gonna
with you.
just hand you money. Okay.
And I will state in the group pot we still have, where is it? That much left. So, like I said, if we are spent, this isn't going to be like a 10-day journey. This is going to be a very long journey.
Mm-hmm.
So stock up on as much as possible. That goes for Dace as well.
I'll look to Dace actually real quick, and I'll say, "Well, we're gonna go for a walk to the store. Would you like to come with us?"
Sure. Are you gonna go meet that fancy pants guy place again?
Not yet. We're gonna go there when we're prepared to leave. We need to just go stock up on things, buy a couple of traveling supplies.
Okay. It was a pretty
Okay.
nice fancy place.
I think myself, I would probably pick up some more potions and definitely a lot more MREs.
Well, here's the thing. Don't I have the ability to, and it doesn't let me do it on this compendium, don't clerics have the ability to conjure food and drink?
I think
Just
isn't that
create food and water.
yeah. And as it stands in a bag of holding, there is.
Yeah, you have 45 pounds of food and
shit.
30 gallons of water on the ground or in containers within range.
We currently have 60 days of MREs anyway.
Okay.
Don't worry too much.
Well, actually, with create food and water, we should be fine then.
See?
So
Well,
She got you covered.
well,
The days got you covered.
that means I need to prepare conjure food and water.
Not while we still have rations and stuff. Only if it gets to be at the point where, if I buy another, we'll say 40 days worth of rations, then you wouldn't have to prepare it until they're all gone.
Okay.
So how much would it be for 40 days worth of rations?
I think 10 is worth 2 gold or something.
I have to look it up.
I can look it up real quick.
Also, because I don't care about encumbrance. One thing I will say though is that 10 potions is the maximum that you can have on your person, because it's ridiculous otherwise. Like you're gonna be sloshing around with bottles clinking and everything. 10 would be the max that you can carry on your person. Anything over 10, you would have to then like put somewhere else. You couldn't carry it.
Like in your bag or something, so it wouldn't be just an action or a bonus action.
Because you can't just be like, oh, I've got 47 healing potions just on me. It just doesn't. That's just at that point it just becomes ridiculous. It's like, okay, well, you just might as well just have infinite health forever. So,
all right. Well, rations are 5 silver for 1 day, so worth is 10 or is 1 gold. So
Okay.
it'd be 80 gold. No. 2 days is 1 gold. So it'd be 20 gold for 40 more rations.
Okay, I'll sort that out.
And then Richter doesn't know how it's going to be there, so just in case, can I just buy some like traveling adventuring gear for regular prices, Matt?
yep.
All right, I'm gonna get a climber's kit. Just gonna grab some things, and I'll just throw them in your bag, Lalith. So I'll take the gold off of mine if you want to just put them down in yours. What I'm gonna get, I'll just type them to you.
Yeah, as long as I've got some form of written document, I can sort all that stuff out.
Okay.
And you would also, I don't think there's not like you would need to prepare in the sense of like you would if you were going to the north and you would need like winter clothing, but you would also want to keep in mind that you would be going to what is essentially jungle, so it will be warm and muggy, and so if there's anything that you want to do to prepare, if you do plan on going towards south of Singorn and everything, that's the type of environment that you'd be going to if you were planning to go after Trike. So just something to keep in mind if there's anything you wanted to prepare for that type of thing as well.
Okay.
Yeah, Astrid will grab a lighter dress.
Like mosquito netting or...
Yeah, is there like a mosquito repellent type equivalent?
Well, for the night, I know I could set us up with the tiny hut, so...
Oh, that's true.
But during the day, walking and stuff, it might not be fun.
Yeah, Dace will buy a couple items that he hasn't had the need for previously, but does now.
Constitution saving throw for malaria.
I study mosquito-borne diseases for my PhD, so they're not fun.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything. I mean, you probably could fashion like what would be such like mosquito netting to put like over your face, like just a like put it inside your hood that covers your face a little bit. It's that sort of double-edged sword where if you put your hood up, then you would also be really hot. So there's not really a equivalent of like mosquito repellent though.
Okay.
And Matt, I'm also going to restock on just regular ink and buy another blank book.
Okay. Do you have a leather holster like Caleb?
Oh no, my books all stay in my bag.
Astrid will just grab a light, long sleeve, not a dress now. Now that she's going to the jungle, like long sleeve pants and shirt that are light and thin, so she won't get bitten everywhere.
Zameen stays in her armor.
Yeah, same. I'll just deal with it.
Well, Zameen can conjure up cool winds.
So is there anything else anyone thinks they need?
I just sent you the list of what I will ask you to put in your bag.
Okay. Okay.
The third one is the most important.
Well, rope you won't need.
Oh, well, he already bought it. He didn't know.
Okay. Well, I'll just say that's part of what I've already got then.
Okay.
Okay. I can put the rest of that in. Oh, mine's not silk, it's hempen.
I'll get that and 2 of those, Matt.
Okay.
Climate's good. Okay, I'll just drag that onto the ether. Okay, so I've just dragged a climber's kit onto me. What else was it? It was hunter's trap. See if that's in the compendium first.
It is.
It is hunting trap. And I don't think that the third one is, but I'll check just in case.
I'm pretty sure it is, actually.
And I just did
Well,
the math
shit.
here. Astrid, you know you you officially know Infernal now. It's been long enough.
Yeah!
I can't believe that's an actual item in the
Yeah,
compendium.
it's in the player's handbook, man. People need soap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean everything is in the play. I mean, like all kinds of stuff that like you could get real nitty gritty if you wanted to on this stuff.
And Matt, one last place I want to stop. A local pub, tavern, something like that. And I want to see if they have a keg that would be small enough to fit into the bag of holding and a couple bottles of wine.
It's 2 feet wide. Is
Yeah.
how big it is. You could probably get a small keg of something. Yeah.
Okay, then just for the travel, I would want to get one small keg of rather good ale and then 2 bottles of decent wine.
Because when you're in the hot jungle, what you really need is alcohol.
Well, at night when we're sleeping inside of that nice climate-controlled
Yeah. I know.
dome, you need to get drunk.
Sitting out in the blazing sun, nothing better than alcohol, right? You know,
That was my least favorite part about 4th of July every year.
Although to be fair, if you're in the jungle there and it's going to be pretty heavy canopy, so you're probably not going to see much of the sun.
1, 2.
I'll just mark what, like 25 gold off for all that?
Yep, that sounds good.
And yeah, so Layla, I'll give you a keg and a bottle of wine, and I'll keep 1 bottle in my bag.
Okay, no problem. So is everyone sure they've got what they need?
Yeah, Astrid will leave all her Infernal books and carry around like 2 Sylvan books. And I already took the 250 out for the learning Sylvan.
Okay.
So, yeah, when we all meet back up, Richter will say, so, off to Kincaid.
Yes, that seems good to me.
I swear, I feel like when you look at the adventuring gear and like the cost of things, that they just like it just seems to be so random. Like the cost of things, like you just think of things that just like why is the climber's kit 25 gold compared to some of these other things that are just
When
like
you could buy rope ends and all that stuff for way cheap.
right, like just clamp-ons that you would put like spikes for your
Yeah.
shoes, or whatever. Like they would not be that expensive. Like when a book is 25 gold, but a blanket is 5 silver pieces. Like I just no, it's just weird.
Well, I think it's because parchment was a lot harder to come by back. Like,
Yeah.
but yeah.
I just like the fact that also a potion of healing costs 50. A potion of poison or a vial of poison costs 4 times that.
Mm-hmm.
We'll heal you, but we don't want you to kill anybody with poison.
Oh, and as we're walking, I'm gonna look to Asher and say, "Do you have more supplies in case you need to bring back your new friend?" And look at the owl.
Oh, that is a good idea.
I have enough for 4 rituals, if you think that would be enough. But Rascal tends to get himself into some trouble sometimes, so I may need a couple for him.
Yes, I have enough for 5, but I will purchase.
Can she just like grab 5 more?
Yep.
Okay, now she's got 10.
Richter's out of budget; he's keeping just 4.
And Astrid's like, oh, don't worry, little friend, I will take care of you. And she scritches Mir's head. Mir hoots happily.
Layla, you seem to have the best relationship with him. You want to handle this? Well, we could wait outside.
Very well, I shall be back in a moment.
And actually, before we do that, anyone who is proficient in religion, do a religion check. If anyone.
Ooh. Oh, Astrid, Jesus.
So actually, Richter, you would as well. So, thinking back to what you had heard or read about the vampire lord or whatever, it made mention that the shrine itself may have been built for what it said was a vampire god of the underworld, but the only thing that you could sort of connect in your mind is that you know that some vampires had been known to worship a lesser deity named Shar.
Okay.
Shar. And I believe Shar is actually not in 5e, but she was she was in 3.5 and 4. But she is also known as the Mistress of the Night, the Night Singer, the Lady of Loss, or the Darkness. She is considered neutral evil. She is known to preside over caverns, dark dungeons, forgetfulness, loss, the night, secrets, and the Underdark. As far as our world is concerned, Exandria, she is not one of the higher tier gods, and in fact, she has not been worshipped for a very long time. But that's what you were. That's the only thing that you could think in connection to deities and vampires.
Yeah, we're fine.
But you'd also had known that Shar was not originally, not or at least not always viewed as, just completely and totally the worst kind of evil. You know, she wasn't like Orcus or anything like that. That you knew of that at times that. Not that she is considered neutral evil, so she didn't always just do things specifically because she was some dark, menacing power that, wanted to rule the world or anything like
She
that.
was calculated.
Well, yeah, in some ways she was um, similar to the way that the Raven Queen is viewed, where the Raven Queen, by some people, could be viewed as being somewhat evil because of what she represents, being death and those types of things. But when to those who worship her, she is more along the lines of, she's just shepherding people from life to death, and also you would, she was the thing about Shar that most people got uh, the hang up and where she got her reputation was that she was believed to have, um, whether or not this is true, but people believe that she created loss. She was the goddess of loss, and so some people believe that she created those losses so that she could feed off of people suffering from the things that they had lost, whether it be a person or what have you. That she would cause the death of people so that she could then revel in the misery that had been caused from the loss. But yeah, she's also the god of forgetfulness, which is an odd sort of thing. But again, like the way that in this, similar to the way that the Raven Queen, she basically took that role herself from other deities, where Char was never, she's not on par with like the Chained Oblivion or anything like that. She's not a high tier god, and so in her, in the time that she's no longer really been worshipped, the domains that she once presided over, she has lost control of, and so other deities have sort of taken up the reins, I guess, so to speak. But
Sounds like a sweetheart.
yeah. So, having Astrid and Richard both just miraculously remember that out of nowhere, you guys are Lalith, you were going to talk to Kincaid.
Yeah, about taking the job down to Visa Isle.
Okay.
Kincaid.
We'll assume that you got in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he just sort of nods at you.
So let's say if you're still looking for people to help with the Visa Isle issue, we're willing to take it.
Perfect. To get the Lyceum off my back about that one, that would be great. And he actually then opens up a drawer, and he pulls out these. It's hard to say what they are. They're not really badges. They're more like little almost like business cards. They're about that size anyway, but they do appear to be made actually out of a. It's best you could tell. It's actually a piece of wood, which is essentially about the size of like a business card, but then it is wrapped in this very nice leather, and then the leather itself has been sort of like embossed, and it essentially marks you as a representative of the Amon Guard. So he actually hands that to you as a thank you, basically, for all the things that you've done, including taking this, just offering it to you to say, like this, if anything ever comes up, and this might sort of give you a little bit of a bit of station if anything happens within the city, at least. This will definitely, let people know that you're on the level.
Thank you very much, Kincaid. Also, I assume we'll be taking a ship down to the Isle. I was wondering if, after we've dealt with the issue, if we could get dropped off to the east, towards the Verdant Expanse.
I don't see why that would be too much of a problem. He tells you that most likely the only place that they would be able to really drop you off would be probably around. Oh, I think he's on the wrong thing. They would probably have to put you somewhere right there.
That's perfectly fine. It's just a few of us have business towards Singorn and further south, so it saves coming all the way back to then head all the way back south.
Yeah. They can certainly dock or not dock, but drop anchor and have you take some boats and then head back.
That's more than accommodating. Thank you very much.
And Astrid, you missed it. Kincaid just gave Lalith basically business cards. That's the way I described them is that they're business. They're the size of business cards, but they're basically made out of wood, and they are covered in this very fine leather that's embossed, and it basically is a symbol of the Iman Guard, essentially, that you could just pull that out and be like, hey, look, we're cool. We're part of the, we're representatives of this,
We're deputies, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. Kind of.
I am not going to show the rest of them that.
All right. Well, he actually gave you enough for everybody. So if you want to keep all of them, you can.
I'll keep all of them for now.
Okay.
But yeah, no other business for now. Thank you very much, and we shall set off immediately.
Right.
Real quick, as we're walking, I'm gonna look to Astrid and just, is there a reason with the owls? It's been 2 of them now. Is there a connection with you?
Yeah, I just enjoy the look of an owl.
Richter's gonna I've learned something new recently. And he's gonna cast polymorph on her and turn her into an owl.
She's gonna hoot in surprise and kind of look around for her from her position on the ground, and then get all excited and then hop around and attempt to fly.
And before she completely flies off, I'll just shout that it lasts. What is it? It doesn't have a duration?
It's instantaneous.
Yeah, that's... Is it just until I drop it or she drops down to 0 HP?
Yeah.
Okay. Then never mind, he won't tell you there's a time limit.
She'll just fly around with Near as well.
That actually doesn't say it for some reason. It is concentration up to 1 hour.
Okay, I'll fix that now.
Yeah, the duration's not on there. But
Okay, yeah, 1
concentration up to
hour. You have an hour. Don't fall and die.
She'll hoot back.
Why have we suddenly got another owl?
Richter kind of just... one of the new spells I copied into my book, it just was testing it out. Technically, I can change people into much more dangerous creatures. I just wanted to see how it worked, and she seems to be enjoying herself.
Do you know what?
Hey! Emergency rations!
I was going to hand out some deputy badges. That's not going to happen now.
Hey, I think I should get a deputy badge. I'm not an owl, and I am trying to watch over Dace.
Sure, you can have one.
Thank you.
Nobody's gonna comment on my remark.
Oh, I know you want to eat the fucking owl. I understood. Rick kind of just looked at you a little bit, tilted his head a little bit like a confused dog for a second, and then kind of just kept walking.
So I now have 5 badges.
Yeah, Richter looks at Liz. She'll be back to herself within an hour, so.
I'm talking with Kincaid. He believes that yes, after we finish the job on the Isle, I'll show Richter the map. He can drop us off around here, and we can make our own way east and then south.
Sounds good to me. Do we need to buy anything to make it easier to navigate, or are you confident you can be... Richter's he's getting extremely flustered because he hasn't ever been to somewhere in a jungle or that large of a forest. He's gonna... With the canopy, isn't it kind of hard to sometimes see the sky to tell where you're going?
Don't
Hey, Gancho.
worry.
Don't worry, I got this. Just show me a map.
If you look at the map, we can follow along the coast and the river up to Singorn. From there, if Singorn's no longer, if still in the Feywild, we can head south along the river and along the mountain line down to where we think we need to go.
And this is just clarification for me,
am-
real quick. This is the Shifting Keep. This is Singorn over here, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm very good at following water. My entire life has been water and thunder and storms. I can make sure that we are following the right path.
Dace kind of taps. I tap Louth on the shoulder. Hey, Ganjo, mind if I look at that map?
What have you got in your hands?
Nothing.
Have you been playing with paint? I don't want paint on my map.
No.
If you damage it, there'll be consequences.
No, I'm not gonna paint on it. I got to have paints, but do that first. Unless you want me to do it in blood.
Don't tempt me. Look at the map.
I'd take a few moments looking at the map. Thanks, Gancho. There you go.
Okay. But as I said, Richter, if we follow the river eastward and north to Singorn, then we can head south down the river and south along the mountain line.
Well, at least we have a plan for once.
It's not.
And it would be
We've had
difficult.
many plans.
It would be if you're going from like if you're going to Singorn and you decide that you wanted to go, you may be better off like going through like following the water this way and then going here and then down.
Just looking at the map, Richter was thinking if we went down this way, it looks like there's a path right through here. Unless that's another waterway.
It's always hard to tell on this map if
Yeah.
it's water or I would think that that's probably water.
To be fair, I was thinking after we got to this section here, just follow the actual mountain line down.
Yeah, but that would take forever. That was what I was going to say.
Yeah.
I was going to say like if you could go this way, follow the water that way and then down, or you could possibly just try and cross the mountains.
Yeah, because it seems like right here there aren't like nearly as treacherous. At least like they're not all on top of each other. It looks like peaks.
So where are we trying to get to?
I think we're gonna
Additional area if you wanted to go down there.
we're gonna try to go up here, make our way to Singorn, and then we got to go down this way and somehow make it over to this part of the jungle.
So
Okay.
as a question to or out of game, Brombog and this place here, was it Retis? Are these cities / villages?
They are, and I don't even think that the Tal'Dorei guide mentions much about them. But I'll have to look it up.
Okay, so change of plan, Richter. We can head east across the mountains either two ways, but there will be some villages to the east before we head south over the mountains, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So a possible chance to resupply and have rest from the constant travel.
Right, and I just looked it up real quick. Bronbog is 740 per population village,
I'm just looking at it too.
mostly human.
Buildings made from planks of wood, waterlog, bogwood. Yeah, so it's pretty small.
And Redis is from the Age of Arcanum. It's like I think it's ruins. Yeah, it's a ruined tower of a powerful mage driven mad. So that sounds rather safe.
Yeah,
Shouldn't
cool.
be any problems there.
I'm sure I won't be able to come up with anything for
No,
that.
no.
So we can head east to Brombog, then head south to the Riffin Mist jungle.
Yeah, I'll trust you to
Yeah,
get
you
us
can
there.
basically go through here.
And just for anybody that
Oh,
remembers or doesn't know, like Buridan right there, which that's where Dax and Dax are originally from. where the mother was from.
Oh God, no. I just have a bad feeling about the fucking jungle for some reason. I don't know why. Well,
I'm glad you
Layla,
guys are
did
doing
he?
it because I have all kinds of ideas that I can do. Because I can't remember the name of the jungle that they always. There's tons of adventures for
Oh,
jungles in D&D.
Jesus Christ! It's the newer one.
Like Cholt?
Yes.
Chult, yep, that's it. Yeah, there's all kinds of like Chult stuff that I can.
Are we gonna run into dinosaurs?
No, I will definitely. And until Matt Mercer says there's dinosaurs, there are not dinosaurs here.
Thank you.
There
That's
are
just-
books that have described them vaguely.
Well,
Remember,
actually, Yeah.
someone changed into the
Triceratops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Well, yeah. Richter's gonna look to Lilith and say, "Well, did he say there's a specific boat we should be looking for, or just try to gain passage on someone?"
He's already set it
Okay.
up.
Yeah, passage is already set. Once we've done the job on Visa Isle, they'll drop us off at the Verdant Expanse and we can take our journey from there.
And just so that because they look the same, so the Verdant Expanse is not jungle. That's just a forest.
Yeah.
That's like your typical like temperate forest that you'd be familiar with. It's just down even though like the map makes them look identical.
Well, yeah. Richter wasn't worried about the Verdant Expanse because he figures if Layla's been around elves and stuff, he should be good in the forest.
To be fair, there's a bit of a difference between Singon and if you scroll up to the top, Luringon.
Richter has no fucking clue. Well, I'm sure he knows like the difference in the climate and stuff, but I mean, he always thinks of elves as being good in the woods.
We can assume that.
All right, so it's probably going to take about 10 days via ship to get to Visa Isle from Iman.
Can I mark these off my tinkering?
Yep,
How much days was it? Sorry.
10.
10.
Okay.
To get,
Astrid
to get to the
will
Isle?
do Sylvan during that time.
To get to the Isle?
Yep.
And clearly we've not been learning from Nim.
Yeah, only for that whatever week that we were there.
Yeah.
How many days?
10.
10 days.
Just, what was it? I'm
Probably be
70,
less than that.
I'm
really,
70
but,
days away from learning Dwarf.
Really?
Are you speaking that or trying to while we're out and about? Just curious.
I'm learning it. I already know other languages. It's just considering we've come across so many goddamn dwarven things and no one speaks it. I figured it
Yeah,
might as well help.
I believe that the bards, our bard for 2 sessions spoke it, but Ilbrin doesn't speak it either. So
And to be fair, Giant and Orcish use dwarven
grip. Yeah.
script, so it's not too far out of the realms of possibility I would figure out dwarven.
Because Richter's still 90 days away from tinkering.
Yeah, I mean it's still the same thing as like we've said. If you're using like it's like English and Spanish, they're written in the same script basically, but it doesn't mean that you can. So I mean, it would be familiar to you. You would like recognize the letters and stuff, but it still wouldn't make sense to you.
Oh no, I got those wrong way around. I've only got 74s on dwarf. I've got 181 on wood carving. Never mind. I'll be able to carve trees by the time we're finished with this.
Yeah. So is there anything that you guys wanted to do while you're on the ship? Because nothing. I mean, these waters are not dangerous, so I'm not going to give you any.
I the statue of Palor with me, and I've just been praying for guidance for anything that's going to come.
Okay.
I've probably just been looking over the map to see which is the best route across, whether it is like, east straight from Singon across the mountains or a bit further down and across.
So you're walking around visibly with the map, or sitting around or whatever, visibly trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I'm just looking for the path of least resistance for a bunch of people who have never crossed the mountain.
And they, hey, Gancho.
Hmm?
Oh, what's the matter?
Nothing much. I'm trying to find a path that the rest of them will find easy when it comes to crossing the mountain.
Past the mountains?
Hmm.
Where are we going to?
Well, after we've visited Singon, if it's there, we'll be crossing the mountain towards Brombog and south from there. Well, each
Looks
way.
like the easiest path is there down south.
What point are you pointing to? That looks like one area, but is a route directly east from where Singon would be, along the river path. There's also a part in the middle between those 2 points. Myself, I don't find any real issues with crossing mountains, but the rest of them are more academic types, apart from Zamin.
Yeah,
But
that
no-
one right there looks like a waterway.
Yeah, that's when Richter pointed out, but he doesn't know enough to really push for it.
But unfortunately, I don't think any of them have any real experience with this type of journey, especially with mountains involved.
Hey, just follow me. Follow the dice.
Why have you crossed mountains?
Hey, these feet were made for walking.
That wasn't an answer to the question.
What? You don't trust me?
Have you crossed a mountain?
I told you, Gancho. I had to walk all the way from Vasselheim to the nearest port.
There is a port in Vasselheim.
It was closed for me.
They're
It was
actually
closed to the days.
Vasselheim is about 30 miles inland, actually.
Excuse me.
It's not that far.
No, it's not that far, and it's not very treacherous to get to the port.
So,
Suit yourself.
just forgive me, I would rather take point on this. I have experience with this type of travel.
Suit yourself.
And I'll go back to trying to plan out the easiest route.
Okay. So, was there anything else that anybody wanted to do? Take that as a no. So, you do reach the island. Again, there's no port or anything, so you can't actually just have the ship pull up to it. So some of the crew members, they have boats essentially that they row you into the isle and then they row back to the ship. The ship is going to stay there. They've been told by Kincaid to stay anchored out there for you guys for at least a week. And also, they gave you 2 flare guns to use once you return, just that you can say, "Hey, come get us." They each have 1 shot, so don't get them wet. This is the captain explaining them to you. There's just 2 of them. Don't get them wet. Sometimes they don't always work, so maybe come up with like another plan if
Bag
something
of
happens.
holding.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Richter will say, I can always fireball.
Yeah, that would work.
I can always thunderstorm.
All right, so you do get rowed to the island there. As you reach the island, you can see there are 2 separate volcanoes that are on the island. There's the one that's more to the north, which is smaller, and then the one that's more centrally located, which is the one that you are most in line with getting to. Um, it's also the one that has the stories behind it. You see that the island itself is it's not exactly tropical, but it is pretty warm here, just from the heat of the volcanoes itself. There are some uh, very tangled thickets because again, nobody that you're aware of lives here. So it's a bit overgrown. There's some deep moors. So you, even though you obviously don't, you couldn't take horses or anything through here. It would be too difficult for them to walk through. So it's going to be slow going for you guys to make your way through. Um, you do see a few hot springs, essentially. Very sulfurous sort of smell from them as well. Just part of the seismic and volcanic activity that's happening on the island. The best that you can make your way through would be, we would say that it would take you probably about if you're going from where you landed to the central walking towards the central volcano, it would probably take you 2.5 days because of the slow process that you have to go through to get through all the brambles and the thickets and just the ground that is not entirely solid.
Was that where we were told to meet them?
Say that again?
Was that where we were told to meet the people with the swords?
No, the people that the letter didn't specifically say come and meet. They said come to the island. They mentioned the volcano, but they didn't say come and meet us here. It was pretty vague.
Can I check for signs of recent tracks, any disturbances in
Yep.
the area?
And I assume Dace as well. You guys can do survival checks if you're
Okay.
with the Outlander background. I think you get efficiency.
I think I've put that on the... Yeah, I think I've put that on the wrong ones. That's supposed to go on the charisma ones, not buddy wisdom. So that's a 18.
Well, you all pretty much nailed it. So you do see a few. It's very faint, and it appears that it's been. It's hard to see if it's how recent, but you do find some tracks that strike your sight just because of the fact that you, as far as you know, again, nobody actually lives on this island. So it's probably about 5 miles that you've walked in, and you start to notice this, and you also notice that there is a small natural cave off to the side of a hill, about 2 miles away from the volcano. So that's what you notice, is that the trail seems to be going towards the small, what appears to be a natural cave off in the distance.
Nice.
I think that possibly there may be a dragon, maybe, in there.
Richter looks at her like, why would you say dragon?
I just, from what we've known lately, volcanic activity. I'm scared that there's a dragon in there.
Oh, would you like me to go first?
What? Is it a dragon? Like Bahamut?
I love you, Dace, you are a friend and a companion. Shut your mouth and listen. Listen. Just with your abilities, listen. Is there something that you can tell?
Just listening?
Yes, just listen.
Do I hear anything?
You hear a lot of insects. You hear birds. You do hear some sprays of geysers from the pools around the area. Everybody do a perception check, actually. Wow. Doing that, the mighty nine. Astrid, being the only perceptive one of the bunch, apparently, what you notice, you don't really hear anything either, but you sort of you feel, and you for the most part, you felt this throughout your time on the island. You feel like slight vibrations in the ground. You attribute it to probably, the volcano, but to you, you can feel small vibrations from time to time.
I'd like to say that that's what my 26 was. Just I immediately felt something was wrong here.
Yeah, Astrid will mention the feelings as well.
Well, we came here to do something, so it's not like we could just turn around.
Yeah, it's probably just the volcano.
It could be a volcano, but Dace, look at me.
Yeah. I look at her real hard.
Keep your mouth shut.
I'm mime zipping my lips.
Quiet. Be quiet. Dragons are perceptive. Hide. Be quiet. Yes. Dace? Yes. Shake your head, yes or no.
Nod my head.
Good. Let's go forward.
All right, so Lalith, you were in the lead, I believe. Were you going to go check out this cave?
Richter would
Yeah.
offer to go in front just in case there were traps or anything.
I actually have detect traps. Or find traps.
I could also send Neil to go check out what he can see. And he will listen to me.
He doesn't have.
I vote for Owl.
Well, whatever you all feel safer with.
Yeah. Might as well send Neil in. And she'll scratch his head and let him fly into the said cave and hold on to Richter as she looks through his eyes. Being ready to puff him back if anything were to happen.
All right, so as you get, or as Nier gets closer to, as Nier gets nearer to the cave, what you can see through the eyes there is that the cave itself actually it's given it's almost like an optical illusion type of thing where it looks like the cave is almost like breathing. It's like this large cloud of steam, um, sort of like uh, almost looks like it's being exhaled, like a person breathing on a cold day type of thing. It happens about every 30 seconds or so, and you get sound from near too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So when that steam starts to come out, you also hear like a whistling noise that sort of coincides with that sound. Um, if it's this, everybody actually near notices you notice it at first, but in between, sort of like the sound of the volcano itself. If it quiets down, you all can actually hear the sound of that whistling noise as well. Best that you can tell, the opening to the cave is probably um, about 8 feet wide, so it's not very big. Um, but that appears to be the only sort of like cover or possible entrance to anything that you could see.
It sounds like a dragon.
It's 8 feet across, so a dragon. I mean, it's not. I'll just metagame. It's not. It's not a dragon cave. It's 8 feet across. There's no dragon that's going to fit in there.
Sounds like something breathing.
Now she'll get near to go into the cave and a little bit further in.
Okay. As he flies in, he does have a little bit of trouble, and it is when the steam comes out. It's pretty warm, but it goes back about 40, and at the end of the cave, there is near the top of the cave. There's this horizontal opening, only about a foot wide, and you can hear there's air that's being sucked into that little opening at really like high speed, and it's making this loud whistling noise as through there as well. And it goes up, and then there's like silence for a couple seconds, and then a big huge blast of steam comes back down. So it actually sort of startles near. Aside from that, you notice that the ceiling and the walls themselves are very slick, just from all the steam and water. The floor is covered in what appears to be just mud, essentially. But other than that, about all that he's able to see.
He can't see it all through that 1 foot whatever opening, right? If he tries to keep a little bit back so he's not sucked in.
How far away can you be?
Do we,
100.
Can I see what may be in there from 40 feet away?
I mean, I don't. You guys aren't. I don't know how close you guys are to the mouth of the cave, but you probably wouldn't see anything from outside of the cave, other than just a long shaft.
Is there any cold coming from the shaft?
No.
Well, as Astra is describing it, Richter's gonna look up at Liz and say, does it sound like she's describing a forge?
Possibly. Or it could sound like an actual volcano breathing. Just through natural.
A forge isn't as scary, so I'm going to stick with the forge for now.
Well, we can have a look inside. If it gets or looks any too dangerous, we can always come back out and look for a different possible meeting place.
Richter will squeeze Astra's hand to like see if he can get her attention to snap out of. What is it, near?
Yeah, near.
You
Yeah,
wanted to
she
say
will-
Maggie then?
I was very close to saying it.
She will blink and look towards him.
I think if we all went in, Laylath probably it would probably be easier to tell what's happening in there.
Yes, it sounds fine to me. There doesn't seem to be anything dangerous, at least in the first area. And she'll poof near into her hand.
Okay, let us continue.
So as you get up to the cave, you see that it is about 8 feet across the entrance, and like I said, it goes back about 40 feet. The ceiling is about 10 feet high, and it looks like this is a combination of a lot of it. It looks natural, but then there are some what appear to be like some tooling marks that looks like maybe it was widened to be like uniform all the way across, like because it's 10 feet high and it's probably about 8 feet across throughout, so the entrance is about the same size as doesn't widen out or anything, but it looks like there may be some tooling marks that made the tunnel uniform all the way across, which would be unlikely for a something that was naturally made. Everybody make a perception check as you're walking in.
Sort of say, just to point out, even though it says like the elegant courtier, it'll say that for all of them, but it's only applying to charisma. I did make sure and go through them all again.
So is it technically a 1 then and not a...
Oh no, I've got a +1 due to having a +1 in wisdom, but it's just like I say, it's just turning up on all of them, but it's only applying for charisma.
Okay. So Astrid and Dace, you both, as you're walking through the, we'll say that you guys are walking side by side essentially, and as you're walking through towards the back, as you get towards the back, and you're walking through the mud, you both at the same time step down and you feel something underneath the mud. It's almost like it's kind of like a thunking sound, and you recognize that whatever you just stepped on is not the stone that you were underneath the rest of the mud. It feels like wood, and it sounds like there's something like under it.
I kind of look at Astrid and tap her on the shoulder and point at the floor.
Yeah, she nods. There seems to be a wood under here or something. Certainly not the stone we have been walking on. And she'll kneel slightly and try to brush some of the mud away.
Okay.
How much can I see? We're all in the tunnel, right?
Yeah.
And it's pretty dark in there, I'm assuming.
It's pretty dark.
How much can I see?
As when you stepped, you actually are at what is the back of this sort of cavern. So it goes back about 40 feet and then it stops, and then probably about 10 feet before the back of where you guys are right now.
All right, so I see it clear as day then.
Yeah, you can see everything in here. It's just it's 40-foot long shaft, but it ends at where you guys are standing right now.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, we got Nisai and Human and Goliath.
Yeah, normally Astrid will cast light on Layla's shield.
I don't need that anymore.
And Zameen
I'm probably the only one with dark vision.
Zameen has a partial dark vision because of her genasi. So
Yeah.
she has 40 feet instead of 60 feet.
Yeah.
And you, Zameen, you do not find any traps, or do not
Okay.
perceive any traps.
Does it look like it's like a trap door or something?
Yeah, it does look like a little. As you clear away the mud, it does look like it's a trap door. Not a trapped door, but a trap door.
Not a trapped trap door. Okay.
Yes. It doesn't appear to be. There doesn't appear to be a lock or anything on it. It does appear to be wedged in pretty. Like it almost, like if something's pushed too far down, so you can see that like it is actually below. I don't know how to describe this. It almost looks like the door is like jammed down. So like the front lip of the trapdoor itself is actually below where the opening for the stone is, if that makes sense. Like it's kind of depressed, like somebody like jumped down on it and it's like smashed down. So it's wedged pretty deeply into the opening is what I'm trying to say.
Does someone wish to give me a hand in prying this open?
I can help.
I
Richter,
can
like-
cast.
Richter kind of does the thing where he goes to roll his sleeves up, but then when someone else offers, he just steps back.
And Astrid casts guidance on Layla.
1d4.
All right, so do a strength check.
And I'm assisting.
So a 19.
You pull it up, and you feel it scraping against the stone, and it still does not come open.
I could try as well.
If you wish.
Dace wants to kind of look at it. Does it look like it actually opens up or opens down?
Yeah, it is open up. So you're trying to pull it up, and it.
Okay.
I give guidance to Asp.
All right. It was a 20 DC, so.
Oh, yay!
So that,
Astrid
Just
gets
under
it.
and
yeah, 19, not quite there.
not quite. Just you loosened it up though.
Yeah.
So
Monster.
She looks
Yes,
down.
it
It's like that wasn't that difficult.
Just proves how strong you are.
She's
So it as you pull it up, Astrid, it flings mud and everything all over your face, but it is open.
With it open like that, Dace is just gonna pop his head down there. Look.
All right. Well, the first thing that you see is it's a spiral staircase. You really can't see down very far because all you see pretty much is a staircase. Do a perception check.
Just have to say, I've got the drift globe out now. I'm going to cast in light.
So what you can see is, because you can see down about, you can sort of see through the rungs because it's a spiral staircase. It is made of metal, so you can see in between the steps essentially. And as you're looking down, you can see about 60 feet, and you can still not see the bottom at 60 feet. You can see that the staircase itself is, it looks like it's pretty sturdy, but it does appear to be also pretty rusted. And just given the fact of all of this moisture in the air, it makes sense. You feel the air coming up from the passage it's warm, it's humid, it smells kind of off, can't really place it, just smells kind of foul. But that's all that you can see.
Goes down pretty far.
All right.
Kind of rusty looking. I can't see the bottom
Richter.
though.
Richter, can you cast fly on me?
Why?
Because this goes down very far. And
If you want, I can go down.
No, And I just grab his shoulder. No, just is there a way to cast fly on me to bring people down? I can fly back up and bring people down and fly back up.
I don't know if that'd be the best use of my more powerful spells.
Okay, then
Why don't we just walk?
I will cast aid
Hey, Lilith,
on
Yes.
Dace,
didn't you
Astrid, and Richter.
didn't you get some? Didn't you buy some nice spikes and whatever kit that was?
I think Richard bought the climbing gear.
Yeah. But not really applicable for stairs nowadays.
Well, you can tie off the rope and I can climb down.
I think we'll all just walk down for
I'm
now.
pretty light on my feet.
I'm gonna look to Lilith and just, well, if he's right and it's rusty, perhaps you should take up the back just in case.
That's fine.
Also, Dace, Astrid, and Richter have +5.
Richter would ask you to give it to Lilith because he plans on being nowhere near getting hit.
Yeah, I'd give it to Rick.
Thank you, Zimmy.
To be fair, I let Dace punch me 10 times and he still didn't take me below half.
Yeah, I punched him less than 10 times without even touching him, and he went down. So, yep. Let's see how he does.
All right, so I kind of grab hold of the lip and kind of roll forward and, drop down.
All right. So it seems pretty sturdy. Like the rust as you're looking at it, you can sort of scrape some of it with like your fingernails and stuff. It's not the rust itself is for the most part it's pretty superficial. It's not like it's eaten through the entirety of the metal. So it's more of it looks really rusty and you can sort of scrape some bits off of it, but underneath it still seems pretty sturdy, so it's not bad.
I standing on it now and kind of stomp my feet a little.
And you can the stair itself it makes some clanging noises because it's metal, but it doesn't really move.
My head kind of does that little quick bob like, oh crud. Hope I didn't announce ourselves. Seems pretty sturdy.
All right. Well, if Layla takes up the back,
Well, my fine traps was per my ring, and the other. Actually, my fine traps per my actual ability. My ring I set into enhance ability, so I enhance Bear's endurance. Bull's strength onto Lilith.
Sweet. What does that do?
think you have advantage have strength.
And your carrying capacity doubles, so load up on loot.
Jesus Christ. I mean, at the moment, I can currently carry 540 pounds. So now over, Jesus Christ.
So just everybody get on Lilith's back. He's got you. He'll carry you through.
Yeah, Dace will prefer to walk.
Yeah, Richter's going to just.
I
Look,
actually start
everyone's-
walking down the stairs a little at it, slowly.
Okay, Richter starts following him.
Yep, Astrid will go down next.
Richter's going to try to be quiet. I don't know if everyone else is. Very quiet.
Zameen is going to try and stay near Dace and try to keep him.
I mean, I'm wearing heavy armor. I cannot be
Oh,
stealthy.
Shit. Shit. I'm wearing light armor.
I've got an excuse.
All right, so you're not particularly quiet as a group, but
Richter's very quiet. Just throwing it out.
Richter's very quiet. You don't even know he's there. But you go down the spiral staircase, and for those of you that are paying attention, it goes down about 100 feet actually. So it takes a bit of time to, and the stairs themselves are pretty narrow, so the spiral of it is actually quite tight. So you're going down for a while, it seems, to get down those 100 feet. You do eventually reach the bottom of the stairs, and there's a bit of a splash. The floor is submerged. There's about a foot of water on the ground. And I will move you to the map.
Does it smell like it's water, or does it smell like it's like got sulfur and stuff mixed in?
Mostly just water. It does have a little bit of a sulfur smell, but not anything terrible.
I just like to picture. I like to picture Astrid and her owl just both being fluff balls right now.
It is quite humid down here.
Yeah.
And Astrid, you notice that that low thrumming vibration is more noticeable down here.
Yeah, Astrid will mention that, and for some reason I can't zoom in. I don't know why.
Yeah, you have to.
Map's completely black.
We're at the bottom.
I know where we are. It's just we're all very tiny.
Yes, this is a.
I don't even see anything.
Yeah, go to the bottom mid.
Probably because I got to pull my token out, or is my token out there?
Your
your token's out.
Let me see.
Yeah,
Well, then I guess you need to adjust my vision.
Yeah.
So, Matt, considering we're now in a dark space, I'm going to take advantage of the drift globe and cast daylight.
And I am going to step forward because I can see ahead of them.
Well,
Yeah, that's kind of bright there.
So that's a 60-foot radius sphere of light and an additional 60 feet of dim light. And it lasts for an hour.
Yeah, that's sneaky.
You working on my vision there, Matt?
Yeah, because it doesn't. I can't click on the cogwheel. When I click on your token, nothing happens.
What you're probably gonna have to do is drag a new one out and do it,
Yeah,
and
already
then.
that won't work. Because clicking on the cogwheel literally does nothing. I click on it and nothing happens. I mean, I can click on your token and I can see everything the way that it's supposed to be, but cogwheel does not bring up the extra. It doesn't work on anybody's token. All right, well, I have to refresh, which means it's going to close all of my stupid windows because Roll20 is such utter garbage. Give me a sec.
It's better than some of the other ones out
It
there.
is. It is. It's just, I mean, the quality of life things that just like little things that should work for Roll20 just don't, and it's very frustrating.
Meanwhile, has it been about 10 minutes since we started walking down the stairs?
I would say so. Oh yeah, to get down 100 feet, yeah, it definitely happened.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm quite happy I can now cast light and daylight
I
at
thought
least
Astrid
once a
had
spell.
Globe anyway.
No.
Refresh, see if that helps.
I mean, it saves people constantly having to cast light on Lilith if he's got a floating globe behind him casting light itself.
Also, is you just cast daylight in a dungeon, which means everything in the world sees you.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
60 feet's worth of light and an extra 60 feet's worth of dim light.
Guess we're not being sneaky for this one.
Or anyone, anytime he ever uses it, you just forget about it. It's daylight, and then the entire dungeon is going to attack you.
Richter's just waiting to, when he's not looking, dispel magic on it, so he can never use it again.
To be fair, we're not stealthy in the first place.
True, but my point
Richter
being,
rolled a 22. That's all I'm gonna say.
it's one thing to have dark vision to be able to see for a distance. It's one thing to have a torch. It's another to alert the entire dungeon to attack you all at one time.
Hey, I'm just cutting to the chase. It's gonna happen eventually.
Well, not all at once. I mean, you'll have to fight everything, but you're gonna have to fight everything at the same time.
Oh, yeah, alright, I can leave it as light for now. For 20 and 20.
To be honest, it's actually better if everybody fights us at the same time with my spells. I'm just saying.
All right, Dace. Hopefully, you can see now.
I'm built for AoE.
Let's see here. Scroll. Come on now. Scroll down.
So, what is what are you using the globe for now? What's your
Yeah,
range?
I'll just use it for light, which is 20 and 20.
Alright, just zoom out completely. There we go. Yeah, I can see now.
It's hard to tell. Can anybody see light as it's being emanated from?
Well, I can see my
I can
character.
see
I don't-
Laylis. I can see Laylis.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
my
I
vision is
can
corrected.
see 5,
I
10,
didn't see anything.
15, 20, 25, almost 30 feet.
I'm sorry, Dace. What did you see?
I was saying I can see now. I just popped around the corner real quick to see if my vision was corrected,
Okay.
and popped right back. I didn't see anything.
You should have.
I'm saying that as in, you know what I'm getting at.
He didn't see the dragon you've got down here.
Good to know. I'm actually going to ask for Rikta to check for traps to move ahead of us.
Dace has just got his staff out, walking stick out like a blind man.
Dace, wait for Rikta to check for traps.
That's what the stick is for.
Yeah. Stop. And I put my hand on his shoulder. Stop. Just wait.
Do I see anything fun with a crit?
You see water. That's it. No, you don't see any traps.
I kind of give her a head nod that she can move forward, and I back the hell up.
Actually, I'll say this. One thing that you do notice that floating in the water, there are like splotches of green and white, sort of like algae, and you can see that it also is clinging to parts of the wall and the ceiling. Well, that's what you find in your investigation.
I'm gonna poke at the side of the wall with it, just with my staff.
It just sort of like smears off onto your staff a little bit.
I'm going to use control water and make all the water in the way that I can see it. This angle. Move the fuck out of the way. Including algae.
So you're just making the water go this way?
No, I'm moving all of it. I'm parting the water so we can walk through I mean, the water is literally going up the walls and onto the ceiling and holding there while we walk
Will you cast
through.
the spell so I can read it?
Jesus Christ, that's a big spell.
Yep.
That's a 4th level spell. Holy shit.
I guess it would be the part water one specifically.
And when you cast
Yeah.
Enhance Ability before, that's a concentration spell. This is a concentration spell. So
Yep.
Enhance Ability is gone.
That's fine.
Yep.
And which one of the things did you cast out of the ring?
Oh.
Yeah, Aid's gone
actually,
too.
Find traps, which was already gone. So, not a big deal.
I'm just keeping track because you've cast a lot of spells. So you've cast Aid, which is a 2nd level spell. You've cast Enhance Ability, which is a 2nd level spell. Now you're casting this, which is a 4th level spell. But all of everything's done except this.
Well, 8 is not concentration, it doesn't say.
No, aid is not concentration.
I'm not saying
I
it's
have-
gone. What I'm saying is that it's the, just like the spell's gone is what I meant. Not like the spell slot
No.
is gone is what I should have said.
My 4th level spell is gone. All 3 levels of my 2nd spell levels are gone. I have all 1st levels and all 3 levels and cantrips.
Yeah, Dace, you said that you played most of these adventures, so yeah, this is one you'll recognize. All right, so you can now walk on the wet ground, but it's not covered in water.
Okay. No more people getting shit in their eyes. And here we go.
No more dysentery.
And I cast aid, obviously. I had already done that. I had already done that on Astrid, Richter,
What is that?
and Dace.
Look like a Sphinx.
Would Astrid recognize that creature?
Yeah, I want to get on that too.
Astrid would recognize it because of her. You don't need to roll anything because you've seen creatures like this before.
Yep.
Nature or Arcana? Or
I mean, that's the thing. Like nature and survival and stuff aren't really things that really would. I don't know.
History
do
or
a-
Arcana?
Yeah, do a history check.
Or maybe insight?
Um,
Or religion?
you would recognize that it is a sphinx. Astrid would recognize it instantly as a gynosphinx. It is a female sphinx. And this one is rather mangy, not looking too great, and it's not moving. It's just sort of it's not it doesn't appear to be doing anything menacing or anything like that.
Richter is going to tell everyone, stop, and just... Never mind.
No, just wait. If she's hurt, maybe we can help her.
Yeah, probably we could chat with her.
She's not hurt.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, Richter's going to approach the thing and bow down. Like, just give a nice, like...
And I'll mimic him.
Astrid would also come and be like, hello, and also mimic.
Sure, I'll give a bow.
And Dace will actually, he's done this adventure before, or knows the answer to this, though it's not difficult. But the Sphinx actually just looks at all of you and says that if you wish to pass, you have to answer her riddle.
Oh, because that sounds like fun.
And I will just type it so that you can look at it and not have to. I'm sure if you Googled it, it would tell you the answer. I feel like the second line gives it away, but
I think I know.
I answered the last one. If you want to answer this,
Astrid.
I believe it is the moon.
Yeah, that is what I was going to say as well. And she claps her hands a little bit excited.
And the Sphinx nods and backs up and lets you decide essentially where you would like to go. Because there are 3 different paths that you could take.
And I stop and ask the Sphinx, what is the best exit from here?
Doesn't.
Can you tell me? All right.
And I'm actually just. It's still there, but I'm going to move it out of the way just so you guys can decide.
I'm going to go down the right way and see what I find, and I will report back to you.
Why wouldn't we send perhaps someone like Dace? I mean, he's very quiet and he can see.
I could also send near one of the ways.
I'm going.
Okay. It seems we're heading right then.
Are we just like all chasing?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I can't actually see anything. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, why don't you let Dace lead? He's already seen this adventure before. He'll go first, right? He knows where everything is.
Richter, could you check for traps?
You do not see any trap. The
Can
door is
I?
Well, I could get proficiency in thieves' tools if I want to try.
If you wish, I do have some thieves' tools you can use.
Okay. That's great.
yeah, it does not.
I feel like these worked better last time.
I can open it, but it'll be very, very loud.
I mean, there's also another way to open it, which is very, very loud.
Exactly. How
Uh,
about I try?
Dace, do you have any door opening skills?
Muted if you have any.
Sorry, I was eating popcorn. Yeah, Concho, just reach out and open the door. Same as anyone else can do.
All right, I'll try and kick it in.
Astrid casts guidance.
Is Layla helping me?
I can certainly help if you need.
Yep, let's double kick.
Astrid casts guidance on Zameen this time.
Okay, and... Nope.
And we'll just say with guidance is +4, I had a 20. Or I can roll a 4. Which is a 2, so a 22.
Well, technically it'd be a 15 because you both rolled separately, but 15 isn't up.
Okay.
So loudly, you guys kick the door in.
Then, do I get surprise attack?
There's nothing that's trying to attack you.
Oh, where are these?
You wouldn't get surprised anyway, not with that entrance.
Well, that's a surprise.
Can Richter go up and look at these things?
Get out of the way, Richter. Get out of the fucking way.
Of what?
A thunder wave?
Why are you attacking things that haven't attacked?
I am waiting.
Richter walks up and just starts looking at him.
So what you see, they do appear to be golems. What you do a perception check, I guess.
Not investigation?
I mean, you can do an investigation. It's fine.
Yeah.
Astrid can help, or not necessary.
Yeah, not necessary. Or not necessary. Yeah. So they appear to be mate golems, but they appear to be made of flesh. They don't look like they're stone golems or anything. It's kind of disturbing to look at them. Each of them actually has a number on its chest. They are the numbers 5, 7, 9, 11, and 13. Type it.
That is strange.
As you are investigating, the one that has the number 5 on its chest actually turns and speaks and says, "One of us does not belong with the others. If you can pick it out, it will serve you, and the others will allow you passage. If you pick the wrong one, we will kill you. You have 60 seconds.
Don't look at me.
And I'm actually counting 60 seconds.
Oh my god, I kind of think I know this.
If no one's got the answer, we might as well go for it.
What was the riddle?
No, it's one of them doesn't belong. I'm gonna say it's the number 9 because that's the only one that is not a prime number.
That is
5
correct.
isn't a what? Oh, yep.
Prime numbers.
Yes. Right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And so now, as you say that, 5, the one that has the 5 on there, basically just nods acknowledgement that that was correct. And that one, 5, 7, 11, and 13 all essentially become dormant. They just sort of like stop. And number 9 actually moves to follow you around, Richter.
You
Astrid
gained a
gets
flesh
excited.
golem.
You have a flesh golem.
That is
That is-
amazing, Richter.
Richter kind of looks at it like, yeah. I'll. Can you speak as well?
It doesn't do anything.
All right.
Let me see if it will. Here, I want to see if I can get control of this.
So Richter now gets to move a weasel and a flesh golem.
He does.
Well, next time I'm just going to turn him into a flesh weasel.
All right. So what I'm going to do here, I'm actually going to put this character sheet in your journal there, Richter, so that you can take a look at the flesh golem.
And my zone of truth would not have counted because it is not part of my ring, and I already used all of my second spells. So
Does Richter kind of know all this stuff immediately?
As far as all the stuff that it can do,
Yeah.
no, you wouldn't know any of that, but I'm just letting you do it too.
Okay.
Because you would be, this thing would be like attacking on your behalf, so it would know it could do all those things.
Okay.
So therefore, you as a player know this. Richter himself wouldn't know.
Okay. Holy shit.
Yeah, they're pretty. He has no AC, but he has a lot of health. So
Yeah, he has a lot of damage too, possibly.
pretty strong. That's about it. He's strong, has good constitution. Everything else is terrible, but
I could take him.
all right. Can you move the token? Does it let you
Yep.
move the token? Okay. All right. So now that you have a flesh golem, we're actually going to end the session here because it is 10 o'clock. So.